Okay, we're going to call this meeting back into session after having recessed to closed session. I'd like to report out that with respect to item 4A, the personnel actions, there should be in the back of the room, is there the list of the personnel actions that was taken by that were taken by the board? Yes, thank you. With respect to item 4D, the claim was denied. And with respect to item 4B, I would like to congratulate our. For those of you who don't know, up until. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I think that's an old song. Can you hear me? We up until tonight we've had an interim assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction, Dr. Tara Topier, and the district conducted an interview process and a search where other candidates also applied, and the committee that was tasked with assessing the candidates, as well as Dr. Topier, who also put in her application, determined that she was the best candidate. And this evening, and in a demonstration that a clear demonstration of the fact that sometimes we get something by taking something away. We're removing the word interim from the front of her title, and we are announcing that she is now our new assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. We're very pleased. So, bravo. So I'm happy to give you the microphone if you'd like to say something, but you'll have the microphone later, and you won't. That's great. Well, we're thrilled to have you here with us. With respect to item 4B, principal.
So, members of the board, I want to mention this evening that we have not appointed a Tam High School principal, and we will continue the search process to select our next leader for Tam High School.
So I know that there was some hope that we would be announcing a principal this evening, and that's not going to happen. So we're continuing the search process for TAM. So that was the announcement of reportable action taken in closed session. So I would entertain a motion for approval of the agenda, including time limits.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, with respect to the consent agenda, I know there's been a request to remove item G.
Item B also.
Hang one moment, which we'll handle item G at a later meeting. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
And item B, can you pull that?
Item B, so we'll remove that from the consent agenda.
And item S. S is in Sam.
Item S, that's the, okay.
The change order.
The change order to...
Enviroplex change order.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, with those items removed, I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda. Can you hear me back there? I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Chuck, all right.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Lundgren?
Aye.
Ms. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Ford?
Aye.
And Mr. Futterman?
Aye. Okay, so we will, I guess we will now, we're at item 9 on the agenda. We will briefly recess this meeting and we will convene a public hearing. Mr. Christensen.
Good evening. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce the CSA President, local chapter, Chris Knudsen. Chris?
So I'm here to...
Chris, you have to speak into the microphone. We're learning this tonight.
Good evening. Chris Knudsen, IT System Specialist at Drake High School. Can you hear me? Is it on? No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
volume.
Test one.
It's low volume.
Test one. Test.
I'll just hold it. Yeah, Chris Knutson, IT System Specialist at Drake High School. I'll just talk really loud. And I'm the president of Chapter CSA Chapter 549, which represents the classified employees in the district. And I'm here to sunshine our articles for negotiations this year. So CSA is submitting the following articles for our contractual reopeners for the collective bargaining year 2016-17 with Tamalpais Union High School District. Article 1, introduction. Article 2, working conditions. Article 10, salary and allowances. Article 21, which is a proposed new article, which would be entitled professional development. And then some housekeeping with some dependencies, Appendix A, or Appendix AA, 1A, Appendix L, and Appendix M, Appendix O, Appendix MM, Appendix PP, and Appendix QQ.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So do we need to close that public hearing and open another public hearing? Is that what we need to do?
Right.
Okay. So that public hearing is closed, and now we will open a public hearing, item number 10 on the agenda, for conveyance of a public right-of-way easement to the city of Larkspur. Sally. Go ahead.
Good evening. We've been working with the City of Larkspur with a cooperative initiative on the safe routes to school here on Doherty Drive. And in fact, in December of 2014, the district wrote a letter of support for the project. The safe routes to school will improve the drive for bicycle and pedestrian use. Can you, needs to be turned on to PowerPoint. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. The last leg of the project is the area along Redwood High School right here in the east parking lot. We've met with the Public Works Director, Ray Razavi, and David Sondheim and David O'Connor a few times starting back in August, February, and in recent weeks, along with transportation engineers, and again yesterday with the fire marshal. The benefits of the project are a safer and legal pedestrian walkway and a full-width bike lane, ADA accessible walkways, and improved connection to the multi-use trail at Lucky, and removal of visual barriers by shortening the fence and having no plantings along the fence line that block the view of the road ahead, all with the intention of safety of students and community. So the plan that will impact our property is the fence line will be moved in towards our campus by 8 feet. The width of our fire lane will be reduced from 20 feet to 12 feet wide. The east parking lot curb will be moved closer to the campus, and we will lose 1 parking space in the student parking lot. There are some diagrams in the material that show the impact on the property along Doherty and Lucky, and the impact on our parking lot. We do have several assurances in the grant of easement that we walked through the last time we had the notice of intention to convey easement. The most important item on the assurance is the completion of the project by August 15th. And in fact, the city has put in their contract that it must be complete by August 10th, or liquidated damages of $2,000 a day will start to apply. So part of this process was last month our resolution to intention of conveying the easement, this public hearing, which was noticed in the Marin Independent Journal, and Then later tonight, you will be passing the resolution to convey the easement to the city. That's item 16F. And finally, also, item 16G will allow staging and equipment for the city to use our site during the construction activities. After the passing of the resolution to convey easement tonight, the grant of easement will be notarized and delivered for recording.
Are there any questions for Sally with respect to the proposed easement? None. Thank you. Okay, we'll close the public hearing with respect to the easement, and we will convene the board meeting. So, Sally, maybe you can go back up there. I think that in terms of efficiency, since there are two items on the agenda that specifically relate to this, maybe we can do it all at the same time.
Sure.
How's that? Can we do that?
Yes.
So 16F includes the resolution number 20 and asks for a roll call vote with respect to conveyance of the public right-of-way easement.
Yes, that is the resolution to convey the easement to the city of Larkspur to allow for the project.
Okay.
I'd like to just make a comment. I already passed this on to Sally, but just for the rest of the board and those out there who are interested, I think it would be nice to have something on our website showing the before and after what we're doing in case people are curious.
I think that's a great idea. We've taken steps to do that. Didn't happen today, but it will.
Okay,
And
that's
I
great.
expect we would have that on the website all the way through the construction work.
And then the other question I had for you is if there's been any objection that you know of
We've
to this
received
project.
no objection to this project.
Yeah. And she told me that already, but I thought all of you would like to hear that too.
You knew the answer to the question?
I did.
Okay.
Ray Rizavi, the interim public work director of the city of Larkspur, is here, and he's also putting it on his website.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions about the resolution to convey a public right-of-way easement to the city of Larkspur? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve, or to adopt Resolution 20.
I move to adopt Resolution 20.
Second.
Okay, it's roll call.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Lundgren?
Aye.
Ms. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Ford?
Aye.
And Mr. Futterman?
Aye. All right, thank you. All right, 16G, license and indemnity agreement with the city of Larkspur for Safe Routes to School project.
This item basically allows the city an opportunity to use the parking lot during the construction activity for staging and construction work.
Okay, and a copy was attached. Copy of the proposed license and indemnity agreement was attached to the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Is attached to the agenda. So you're looking for a motion to approve the agreement, to authorize you to sign the agreement?
We are.
Okay. Are there any questions about the license and indemnity agreement? Okay, if not, then I would entertain a motion to approve the agreement for the Safe Routes to School project.
I move we approve the license and indemnity agreement with the city of Larkspur.
Second.
Okay. This does not need to be a roll call vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure if you had not come out from the city of Larkspur to answer questions, we would have had questions, so that was the right thing to do. Okay, so now we're going to go back up to student trustee reports. Before I get there, because I don't, we have several people in the room here tonight, and I'm guessing it could be that some folks may want to speak at public comment. I haven't received, the first opportunity that we're going to have is with respect to items that are not on the agenda. If you're here to talk about the wellness or the wellness center, the opportunity to speak about that is going to come later because that is an item on the agenda. But for those people who are here and would like to speak, to make a public comment with respect to items that are not on the agenda, I'd ask you to fill out one of those yellow slips of paper that are in the back of the room because it helps us to spell your name right in the minutes. It also helps us to determine sort of how many people are interested in speaking. It is voluntary. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. It just helps in terms of our process. Okay. Student trustee reports. I'm going to go right to left this time, right? Time to shake things up, Joshua. All right, Joshua. You.
It's always me, so. Okay.
Yeah, it's always we start with.
We do?
Yeah.
No. We start over here most of the time.
I think you should start in the middle.
Audrey, you go first.
Okay. Okay, so first thing, as Dr. Yoshihara mentioned, we're still in the principal selection process and hope to have a principal by the end of the school year. The exchange trips to France, Italy, London, and Spain have all come back, and they were all very successful. The Breast Cancer Awareness Club had their annual fashion show fundraiser, where they had the highest turnout in several years. CTE put on their 12th night production, which was also extremely successful. Looking into the future, Tam High's junior and senior prom is next weekend on May 21st at the Regency Ballroom in San Francisco. The Academy of Integrated Humanities and New Media, also known as AIM, Tam's 2-year film program, is having their film festival on June 2nd at the Mill Valley Throckmorton Theater. AP testing ends tomorrow, so stress levels about testing has begun to subside. With graduation approaching, there's a lot of stuff going on at TAM and a lot of excitement for all the senior activities, like the Six Flags trip and Safe and Sober Night, so just a lot of anticipation for the end of the year.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're going in reverse alphabetical order. Dean.
So the first thing I have to report is about prom. It was a great success. It was at the Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. They have a shark tunnel and an aquarium, so it was really awesome to have prom there. We decided not to have a live performance, and instead we had things like ice cream sandwiches and chocolate fountains, and overall it was a really successful and fun night. Also at Drake, Comicat, a small learning community, is presenting their original shorts, their short videos, on May 18th and 20th. All members of the board are welcome to come. Drake Drama will present You're in Town on Thursday and Friday of this week. Again, board members welcome to come. Drake Sports, spring sports are wrapping up. Drake Golf won Division II NCS. Our top players Max Morris and Devin Gregg move on in the playoffs past NCS. And like Audrey said, AP testing ends this week, and the end of year festivities are near.
Great, thank you. Joshua.
So with the end of the year coming, Tamascal's preparing for their finals. We have it the week of the 30th, a week earlier than all the other schools. We have it this way because some students take classes at other campuses, so it's just to avoid concurrent enrollment issues. With the finals week coming up, seniors are preparing for their mock Supreme Court, which is on the 1st of June. We will be arguing 2 different Supreme Court cases, Women's Whole Health versus Hellerstedt and Trinity Lutheran versus Pauley here at Krebs from 2 to 5. Anyone that's interested is invited. And just Tamascal students are preparing for the end of the year, really.
Great, thank you. How many justices do you have on your Supreme Court?
We have 9 justices.
One more than our U.S. Supreme Court. No political comment there. Right. Jessica.
Okay, well, our drama seniors just participated in the Mother Festival, which is held up in Amador High School up in Sutter Creek, and they had an amazing time, and it was a great way to finish out their senior year as a drama student. We're wrapping up AP exams. We're on the home stretch, and we've successfully administered approximately 1,400 AP exams. On the sports side, the boys volleyball team got 2nd place in MCALs, and both girls and boys swimming won MCALs. We have an art student named Haley Burston who won a congressional art competition, and as her prize, her piece will be hung in the U.S. Capitol for 1 year. Our both Redwood Night Live, Pure Resource, and Wellness collaborated, and they created a game plan week, which was to help students create and make safe choices while celebrating prom. And our ASB elections are this week, our class officer elections are next week, and prom was a huge success. So we're very happy with that. I'm just trying to finish out high school.
Okay, very good. The board president's report. So a couple of things. First, I'd like to welcome back to our meeting Corey Damaris. Corey, it's great to see you. Thanks for being here. And I'd also like to congratulate. It's not really. This is more of a trustee report than a president's report. But I just sent Laura and I were both at the Unified Games that occurred at Drake, the track and field games, which was a meet of all the track and field athletes, student athletes in the district, as well as special needs athletes. And I thought it was a fabulous afternoon, and how each, as I understand it, each special needs athlete was accompanied by another non-special needs athlete who specializes in that particular event. In this case, the one that I had a chance to see the most was the long jump, and it was extremely supportive and wonderful atmosphere, and it shows just really some of the talent that we have, both on the teaching and administrative level, and most importantly at the student level. It was a wonderful event. So thank you to our athletic directors and coaches and students for that event. I wanted to mention sort of a couple of board policies that I think are relevant for the discussions that we have had with respect to the budget, and including with respect to the wellness center and other elements of the budget. These can be found in our, believe it or not, on the Tamalpais Union High School District website, and they included board policies. So, and these are some of the things that we strive to do as a board. One is that we honor public input. It's one of the primary responsibilities of the trustees, and it helps boards make decisions that the community can accept, and we believe that it reflects the basic democratic processes for which we are elected. Another board bylaw is number 9,000, and that I'll paraphrase. That states that the Board of Trustees has been elected to provide leadership and citizen oversight of the district, and the board shall ensure that the district is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community. It includes setting direction for the district that involves the community, parent, guardians, students, and staff, and is focused on student learning and achievement. Another board policy that specifically addresses issues with respect to the budget, Board Policy 3100, says that it's the board's critical responsibility for adopting a sound budget for each fiscal year that is aligned with the district's vision, goals, and priorities. In order to provide guidance to staff, the board shall annually establish budget priorities based on identified district's needs and goals and realistic projections of available funds. The board shall establish and maintain a general fund reserve for economic uncertainty that meets or exceeds the requirements of the law. The current year budget and the multi-year projections, which are for the following 2 years, shall include adequate provisions for addressing the district's long-term financial obligations. Okay, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, members of the board. Well, Mother's Day is behind us, and Memorial Day is just around the corner. Students are busy, as you heard, with SBAC testing, AP testing, just about finished, I know, and getting ready for those who are seniors, college planning, and looking forward to just relaxing this summer. Well, regardless of the reasons, this continues to be a very busy time of year for everyone involved. Considering our last regular meeting was prior to spring break, a lot has happened in the interim. The work of the Enrollment Growth Committee is progressing nicely as this small group of stakeholders looks at ways to address the nearly 1,000 students coming to the district in the next 5 years. This includes facility considerations, as well as schedules and class sizes. We plan to have a recommendation from this group presented at a June board meeting. On April 21st, I got to participate with others around the county in a School to Career Job Shadow Day, Trustee Anderson and myself got to meet with Olivia Yee, a senior at Redwood High School planning to go to UCLA in the fall. It was great for me to understand what her high school experiences has been thus far and to get her thoughts on various topics that I've been struggling with, everything from open access to conversations around closed campus. At the end of April, I took part in a few commission meetings. One was with FCMAT, Fiscal Crisis Management Agency, that often works with districts in fiscal distress. They shared that the economic news is becoming a bit mixed as April personal income tax revenues missed projections by over $1 billion. We will now all await the governor's May revision, but have been warned that it may not be better than the January budget proposals as in years past. I also spent a few days with the WASC Commission as we poured over hundreds of visiting committee reports. We had lots of conversations around charter schools, independent schools, and an increase in international schools wanting to offer U.S. diplomas. At the end of the day, it was good for me to know that on a global scale, many countries still seek to have their students attend U.S. schools and universities. As I wrap up my forums for the year, I want to share that I find these experiences very valuable. They are conducted with no agenda, and I invite our students, parents, and staff to attend these at their leisure. The groups can provide comment or ask questions on any topic, hopefully relating to education of their choosing. I will always do my best to provide a candid response. We will begin scheduling these for next year very soon. On April 30th, President Futterman, Trustee Owens, and myself got to attend the annual fundraising gala for 10,000 Degrees at the Marin Civic Center. It is refreshing to see the philanthropy of our community when it comes to addressing issues around equity. I believe they raised over $1 million that night, and the stories from the alumni, former students, was always heartfelt. We continue to hire for key positions in the district and plan to be fully staffed and ready to go by the fall. We do anticipate hiring a new principal for Tam High School, San Andreas High School. Again, I officially welcome Tara as a permanent member of our cabinet team, and we plan to hire, I believe it's around 30 certificated and classified staff to address the leaves and other vacancies as well as the growth for next year. All this as we wrap up the year with our spring fling for retirees this Thursday at McGinnis Park in San Rafael. As a reminder, the next board meeting, originally scheduled as a workshop, will be rescheduled to a later date. Because of the number of agenda items we have remaining, the meeting on May 24th will be a regular meeting starting at around 7 p.m. here at Krebs. I invite our community to consider attending many of the year-end celebratory events at many of our school sites, as you heard, the musical and drama performances, to the athletic competitions, to the banquets and award ceremonies. We have something for everyone. Thank you. So real quickly, board communications, there are a number of them. Letter from Mary Jane Burke, MCOE Superintendent, dated April 15th regarding review of the second interim report. Packet from the Drake Wellness Design Team dated March 29th, 2016. Email from Jessica Colvin, Director of Wellness, dated April 1st regarding opt-out notification. Email from Mr. Gephardt, teacher, dated April 5th regarding SBAC analysis. Email from Ms. Goldsmith, teacher, April 29th regarding server space. Email from Mr. Mackay, parent, and Dr. Willis, County of Marin Public Health Officer, dated April 25th regarding Wellness Center position. Email from Noah Block, student, dated April 28th regarding wellness data. Email from Mrs. Bjork, parent, dated April 25th regarding wellness. Email from Noah Block, student, dated April 25th regarding student forum follow-up. Email from Ms. Brooks, parent, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Mrs. Gates, future parent, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Ms. Green, parent, dated April 23rd regarding implementing Wellness Center. Email from Mr. Gunderson, parent, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Mrs. Kaiser, dated April 27th regarding wellness. Email from Mrs. Lang, parent, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Mr. Salen, parent, dated April 25th regarding wellness. Email from Mrs. Smith, business owner, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Mr. Tierney, TFT rep, dated April 5th regarding wellness from Special Ed Department at Tam High School. Email from Mrs. Lamb, parent, dated April 27th regarding Budget Study Committee feedback. Letter from Tam High Counseling and Wellness Design Team, dated March 30th. Letter from Joint Prevention Coalitions of Marin County, dated March 8th. Letter from Dr. Levine, former parent, dated May 5th regarding wellness. Email from Mr. Webb, parent, dated April 26th regarding wellness. Email from Ms. Weller, parent, dated May 3rd regarding wellness funding. Monthly enrollment comparisons from Sally Swan, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, dated May 3rd. Letter from para-educators, dated April 4th, regarding reclassification. And response from staff, dated February 25th, to Mrs. Lamb's wellness email. That concludes the communications.
Thank you. So I would say that these people are probably not former parents, they're sort of former district parents. That's a lesson I've learned.
So many times.
Okay, so now we move into public comment. So Lars, I'd ask you to collect whatever slips there might be. So I indicated earlier that if just a guess that some of you here are interested in wellness as a topic and the opportunity will be presented later. I do understand, though, that there may be some folks who who are attending now won't be able to stay for later. And so what I would ask is that if you're here and you're here to address the issue of wellness, I said that we would have a show of hands. So I'm going to ask our videographer there that when we have a show of hands, you can pan the room and show the show of hands, the video. So all of you are here with respect to the issue of wellness, so that we understand that. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, now's the opportunity to speak about issues, but not about speaking about wellness. So of the 3 cards that were provided here, 2 say that the topic relates to wellness. So the opportunity will be presented later in the evening to speak about that. If there's someone who wants to speak about an item that's not on the agenda, then that would be fine. Mr. McKay, why don't we start with you?
Thanks very much, Board of Trustees President Futterman, and thank you, all of you. Thanks, all of you trustees. I realize that 2 of you are kind of brand new to being our trustees, and the other 3 of you were junior board members, and you've inherited quite a big mess. And you're really working well to sort it out, and I want to thank you for that. At our last meeting, somebody told Dr. Yashihara to go back to where he came from. Dr. Yashihara's home is here in Marin County, and I'm glad to see you here, sir. We have a word for someone who's ethnically half Vietnamese and half Japanese. It's American, and he comes from the Central Valley of California. If that comment that person made was meant because he was before from Southern California, well, we have Vietnamese immigrants that came into Huntington Beach, transformed that district. It's a very high-functioning district with a great engineering program. Next door is Santa Ana, that is mostly Hispanic, with a higher-hitting math and science program that we have. So we could learn something from opening our eyes to different points of view to immigrants. I know I'm very proud of my opinion sometimes, and we all are. And but I think we have to remember that our opinions and $5 buys coffee in San Francisco. Thank you very much all for your service, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Mr. Chico, go ahead.
Yes, what a glorious day to be trustees, right, tonight. Thank you for what you're doing. And thank you, Mr. Fatterman, for reminding what are your responsibilities. You are trustees, and your job is to maintain the district, not just for today, not just for next year, for a long time to go. So I hope that you will follow that rule and your responsibilities. I would also like to make a general comment, a suggestion, not just, later on it's going to be very controversial about the Wellness Center, but in general, that, and I'm going to do that full disclosure later when I talk, everybody coming to support or against any program that require funding from the district should make a disclosure if they're going to have any personal benefit, financial, career-wise, any other benefit from the approval of that funding. Because there are many people who are going to push many programs and going to make money out of that. So I believe that is in name of clarity and to know where everybody stands. I invite everybody later on to speak about that, to say if they're directly or indirectly involved with any funding related to the wellness program. Then I attended, do I have a minute or I'm done? Thank you. I attended the meeting with the superintendent, with the TEM parents. I was a silent partner because I'm not a silent guest. And beside thanking Mr. Yoshihara for showing up and listening to all of us all the time, what I would like to say that it seems to me that there is no urgency in fixing some issues that maybe are new to the superintendent, but has been around the district for a long time, at least for parents like me who has been paying attention for a while. So I would like the board to remind or, to make Mr. Yoshihara know that there are issues that are really urgent. And as I said many times before, it might be one more year for the superintendent, for the principal, but it is the only year in that grade that the student is going to spend. So we cannot waste it. We cannot say it takes 6 months to meet. That's not acceptable. Our students do deserve immediate actions when there are serious problems to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chico.
Hi, I'm Sierra Salen. I'm a byproduct of the Marin County public school system. And I'm going to do my best to see if I can make nonsense of all this, as I usually do. And I'm also noticed that teacher that I had like 40 years ago at Drake happens to be in here and making me feel like I might have a gray beard or something, but don't really feel like that. I don't know where to start or what to say as usual, but I do want to say, what is an education and how do you get one? And what do we believe? I heard on the radio today a reference to something that used to be pretty much in the U.S. Constitution about what it is to be a human and what it is to have rights, and how some races of people were considered to be 3/5 of a human, or 3/5 of a human. And where do we get ideas like that, and why do we believe that, and how come some of us believe things like that and some of us don't? And is an education about money? Is an education about academics? Is an education about going to college? How many of us had any idea what the heck we wanted to do when we were 14, when we were 18, when we were 16, and how much of it was kind of put on us by our parents? I don't know. But there's something to be said for exploring and not having an idea, and also the job of the trustees. Some of us goes back to belief, and what do we think about education? What do we believe? What do we know? Are we 3/5 of a human? Are we 7/10? Are we 5/10? Someone else told me that 4 out of 3 people can't do fractions. So I'm going around it, and I'm just putting out support that we really don't know for sure, but we're also sure of ourselves that our knees sure come up when we start arguing, we start fighting. And if you want to see that anywhere, just look at any community. Look at the Ross Valley School District over the K-5 and the charter and the map, which as far as I'm concerned, I'm friends and enemies with people on all sides of that. And I think we're all full of it, but the kids suffer. And what are we doing to educate our children so that they're successful and not put our own ignorance on them, because we really don't know? How do we support them, and are we listening to them?
Thank you, Mr. Salem. Okay. Trustee considerations, item 16A. the Drake High School Solar Array Student Presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rose Strauss.
My name is Ryan Horn. I'm Liam Jay, and I'm Sasha Cherapano.
And we're here today to talk to you about a project that we've been working on for the past 5 months about trying to install solar panels at Drake High School. All right. Every single day, 70 million tons of carbon dioxide are released into Earth's atmosphere. Over 100 million people will be displaced by just 1 yard of sea level rise. Scientists project that Earth's average temperature will rise between 2 and 12 degrees Fahrenheit in the next 100 years. We are students at Drake High School's environmental academy called CDISC, and we have been taught about the various impacts that climate change will have on our future. And we decided that it was time to take action. Because we lived in an industrialized country, people here use the highest energy per capita in the world. And we realized that the best way we can make an impact on climate change is by reducing the greenhouse gas emissions of our high school. Our goal is to make Drake more sustainable. Sustainability is defined by the ability of Earth's various economic, environmental, and social systems to adapt to Earth's changing environmental conditions indefinitely. In order to achieve sustainability, we must take in the 3 factors that are on the slideshow. And the natural environment will be aided by solar panels because of the reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, solar panels are an investment and will pay themselves off in a few years, and eventually the school will actually be making money from the installation of solar panels. Greenhouse gas emissions also cause detrimental health effects to communities all over the United States and the world because of the emissions of toxic chemicals which can contaminate waterways and the air. It is predicted that over 13,000 deaths are caused alone in the United States every year because of the combustion of fossil fuels.
The solar panels we are planning to use are the newest developed in the industry. Think of it as a kind of sandwich made out of semiconductive material, usually silicon-based. The photons of light come from the sun, the particles strike the valence electrons in the outermost orbital of the atoms, freeing the electrons and creating a flow of energy as they travel along copper wires. The silicon is manufactured to have opposing charges, which generates an electric field. Why am I telling you all this? Well, because solar panels physically make sense at Drake High School. Sir Francis Drake High School is designed as a grid of corridors, which just happen to be all facing southeast. They get the most hours of direct sunlight exposed to them per day. They also have very little risk and obstruction from shade and obstacles such as trees. Solar panels are also a viable long-term investment, as Rose said, in terms of economics. The installation is predicted to cost around $1.5 million, but the electricity generated from these solar panels produces over 70% of Drake's annual electric use. It's over $200,000 a year. The payoff is just over 14 years using that statistic. Every year after that, keeping in mind that solar panels have around a 25-year life expectancy at minimum, Drake would basically be making money. How we can use that? Well, during summer months when we are not consuming lots of energy due to high school students not being enrolled in school, we can sell that energy back to PG&E to be exchanged as energy credits later on in winter months when we are consuming more energy.
During our investigation of getting solar panels at Drake, we've come up against a number of roadblocks. Here's a couple of roadblocks that we've faced and how we plan on addressing them. Initially, we looked to the parking lots to install solar panels. However, they're not as big as the Redwood parking lots are, where solar panels were just placed. And unfortunately, there's also large redwood trees to the south, which would block the sun as it travels throughout the sky. So at Drake, we looked to the roofs to place solar panels. And it's been said that Drake's roofs are not strong enough to support the weight of solar panels. However, solar panel technology has been advancing, and they are currently only 2 to 3 pounds per square foot.
It's also true that Cervantes Drake High School's roofs are in need of weathering and replacement, but solar panels can actually help us out in this department. There is a government tax incentive that says that if a school building is replacing its roof and then constructs solar panels on it afterwards, the government will pay for 1/3 of the installation. And we're talking in millions of dollars, 1/3 helps a lot.
And we teamed up with
Darren Kelly.
Yeah, Darren Kelly of SunPower Solar, the owner of SunPower Solar in Terra Linda, and he helped us gather some statistics and do some calculations, and this is what Drake could look like with the solar panel future. The panels can be over 24,000 square feet and offset 70% of Drake's annual electric usage.
So like it's been said, the cost of that system that was just shown would be about $1.5 million. However, the annual savings would be around $120,000. And so with this, the cost, this isn't including the roofs, this is just the panels and installation. With that cost, the payoff period would be about 14 and a half years. And like Ryan was saying, they would pay themselves off. So after 14 and a half years, that second half of their lifespan would be saving the district on average about $120,000 a year, which is quite a significant amount to be saving, especially when you're contributing to, or you're not contributing to global warming and you're using a renewable resource. And just a little background on where we're all coming from as students and where our program's coming from in our effort to get solar panels at Drake High. Back in 2001, students and teachers first approached the board about the possibility of solar panels at Drake, and at this time, solar panels and photovoltaics were really kind of in their infancy. They weren't on a lot of public buildings, especially not on schools. It wasn't something that was happening. So it was kind of a stretch goal that we just put out there to see if we could reach it. And then again in 2006, the school bond stated the board's commitment to pursuing funds for investment in solar technology on the Drake campus. And like Michael had mentioned earlier, you guys look for the community's goals and ideals and you try to push through with those. And so I think this is something that, especially on the Drake community, we're all environmentally engaged and environmentally friendly. I think this is something that really hits home at the Drake community. And as most of you know, in 2015, the district then installed solar panels at Redwood High School. And we commend you for your initiative to install solar panels, renewable energy source at Redwood High School, and we would hope that you would continue that, that goal and help us put solar panels at Drake. And throughout this project, we've certainly learned a lot. Darren Kelly has helped us immensely. And I think we've come up with an idea or a goal for what we think the best course of action might be. And so we know that in the next 4 to 5 years, even sooner, there is a bubble of students coming into the Tam High School district, and with that comes new teachers, new buildings, new facilities in general. And we could only assume that with this bubble of students, a bond may need to be passed to fund these extra expenditures. And our recommendation to you may be to tie funding for solar panels at Drake High School into that upcoming bond, into that future bond. Not only would this complete a goal that was set decades ago by the CETA students in the Drake community, but it would also show your effort to bring environmentally friendly energy to our district, something that is very important and I think something that really resonates with the community.
And I hope you've taken the information we've given to you to heart today. We really hope that in the future you're able to take action on this. This project, we've certainly learned a lot. It's been a great learning process for us about solar panels and just how the district works and getting stuff done. We'd certainly like to thank two of your members of the district, Sally Swan and David O'Connor, for meeting with us. That was super helpful when you did. We'd also like to thank I already said David O'Connor, but our administration, Liz Seabury and Chad Stewart, they really helped us from our school's end. Sun Power Solar, Darren Kelly, those mock-ups that he made were super cool. And finally, we'd like to thank our teacher, Steve Bluestone, who's actually over there, and Susan Fox for helping us orchestrate our project and help get this done. And lastly, we'd like to thank you for lending us your time to tell you a little bit about what we've learned and how we think we can make this happen. Thank you.
Don't leave yet, guys. There may be questions from the board.
Just quickly before we end, I'm on the Marin County Youth Commission, and I know that one of the things we do is we can ask for a report, and you guys will formulate some kind of report for the next meeting. Do you guys do that?
We do reports, yes, but what do you want? Tell me what you want.
We would just like to know if you guys are going to consider this in your next bond measure, if there is one, or how you guys think that this will be applied to, because really the end goal of this is to have some kind of action taken.
Right. Good for you. Call of action. So one thing that I would say is that we are, as was alluded to in your presentation, we have increasing student enrollment in the district, which is including at Drake, as maybe you're starting to see. And so we have a facilities committee, which has already started, right? Right. Enrollment growth committee, which is going to be looking at facilities and among the, in addition to looking at facilities to handle the additional students, we are in fact going to look at potential revenue sources to see whether they're necessary or not, which could conceivably include a bond. No decisions have been made yet. So what I would ask staff to consider is, in the context of the enrollment growth committee and the assessment of our facilities, that we take this request from students at Drake into account to see whether that's something that ought to be considered as part of as one of the projects with respect to any potential future bonding.
Thank you.
Is that it? There you go. So that's the action that we can take tonight. So, but there may be some questions here on staff, for the board.
For me, it's really more in the form of a comment that I was very impressed when you got to this slide and I read the bullets, and I can only imagine for some of you that might have been frustrating, and I really appreciate that you came forward and you're still working with the process and that you'll be able to contribute to the district. I also hope that other schools can follow your lead and students can work together on this issue, and we can look at the district as a whole when we do, if we do get to a bond. But I really enjoyed your presentation, and great work. Thank you. I learned a few things, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be back.
So you know, Ms. Lundgren is an engineer, and so she doesn't know this yet, but we're going to be appointing her as the point person on this particular issue.
Hey, just a comment. When we decided to put the solar panels in at Redwood, we looked at all three campuses, and Redwood was the ideal place to do it. And indeed, we even thought about putting them in that parking lot, but it was less than ideal. We couldn't even expand it here. But soon after those gorgeous new panels went up, we've been approached by people in the Drake and Tam community exhibiting extreme symptoms of solar panel envy. But the reason they went here is because, and this was a project for the whole district, because it's, the money that is saved here is saved for everybody, is because that parking lot was absolutely, hands down, the best and most cost-effective place to do it. We didn't have it in for Drake.
I just wanted to comment and applaud your efforts coming out here tonight. I don't know if any of you have AP Comp tomorrow, but you did very well, and it makes us all look good when our students present to the board like this. So congratulations. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And thank you to the administration at Drake for providing some support, and Sally and David O'Connor and Mr. Bluestone back there who was taking a video. Okay, next. The Chris Anderson Instructional Leadership Award presentation. By way of background, are you going to provide the background? Dr. Topier, now that you're no longer the interim superintendent, come up to the podium. We're going to embarrass you over and over again tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I just want to say I am truly honored, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve the district, to continue to serve the district. I'm not long on words, so thank you very much to everyone who's involved in the process. I'd like to invite Chris Anderson up. She is here tonight as our inspiration for instructional leadership. As the background states, she's coming up. This spring, nominations were received for the 2015-16 Chris Anderson Instructional Leadership Award. The Tamalpais Union High School District Board of Trustees gives awards on an annual basis to an individual, program, department, school, or school-focused parent or community group which has demonstrated exceptional leadership of and commitment to strengthening the instructional program or services offered to the district students. From a number of highly qualified nominees, the selection committee has chosen the teachers of the Tamalpais Union High School District Math Task Force: Beth DeCarian, Jessica Crabtree, Judy King, Susanna Nash, Jennifer Noland, Susan Proch, Aaron Simon, and David Wetzel. These 8 teachers collectively represent 115 years of service to the TAM district. They came together this fall with a short time frame and a large task: identify the optimal mathematics program for TUHSD to offer in order to successfully meet the needs of a diverse student population while providing necessary and relevant college and career opportunities in the 21st century. Through an examination of data and their collective experiences, the task force created a mathematics program for the district that optimizes our students' chances of being A to G eligible and mathematics upon graduation. The group will remain intact for the coming year and will continue to improve our mathematics program for the district. Judy King, Jennifer Nolan, Aaron Simon, and David Wetzel currently serve as teacher leaders for Drake, the alternative schools, Redwood, and TAM mathematics departments respectively. Beth DeCarian, who's in her second year in the district, is a special education teacher who currently co-teaches the mathematics course at Redwood High School. This award is very well deserved. The teachers on this task force worked collaboratively to create a student-centered mathematics program. They stepped into leadership and serve as an example for us all, and we thank them.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here tonight and to help celebrate the work of all these fine educators. And I also want to express my appreciation to the board. Long-standing tradition we seem to have here of the board recognizing leadership throughout the district, all levels of the district, through this award. And I just feel just a special honor for me to be part of all of that. As some of you may know, I began my career in education at Drake High School as a math teacher. And I looked behind me, and of the 8 people in this group, 6 of them have spent many years with me, I think, right? And it's just a joy to see them coming forward. I have many fond memories of my work in the math department, and when I think about it, the most exciting things and the most rewarding things were the times we got together in a collaborative way and tackled issues, or we envisioned what we really wanted the math department to be like, the math program for our students in the Tamalpais High School District. And we came together and we butted heads maybe, we talked things through, and we acted on that vision. And I think it's really a precious opportunity for leadership in this district that for all these many years, I was in the district for 41 years, all these many years that this district has promoted leadership. And if you look around this room, actually, I hope I don't embarrass anybody, but 2 of the people sitting at the front table came out of the ranks of your classroom teachers in this district. Your new assistant superintendent came out of the ranks, and so did your director, Kim, and a principal sitting here. And then that man that said it was 40 years ago that his teacher was here. Wrong math. It was only 20. I think the other thing I really want to say is, since I retired from the district, I've been working around California, helping districts improve their programs. And Lars and I have some experience with that. But I've done a lot of work over the last few years focusing on middle school and high school math. And I have really enjoyed it because it gave me an opportunity to get back into the math classroom and see that what I knew worked really well, my tremendous skills, just didn't seem to quite work as well with the current students, the current demographics, and the demands of the current standards. And so I think I really appreciate the work that you guys have taken on, in that it demands of our teachers a reworking of their toolkits, which isn't an easy thing to do. And it's through that collaboration and the support of your colleagues that you have the ability and the courage and the stamina to make those kinds of changes. So your leadership is critically important, and I know that your commitment to the students and to your craft come together in this work. So I thought about this, and I thought, God, these guys are so great. What can I do? And I thought, successful leadership and successful collaboration require some key ingredients. And I thought about it, and I thought, I know one key ingredient that was in my toolbox, and I don't think that it's less effective today. So what I'd like to leave the team with are some tools, this one key ingredient, and I'd like to leave the board, again, with a thank you and a congratulations for your work in recognizing leadership at all levels of the organization. Thank you very much. I appreciate being here.
So each of our recipients will receive a letter of recognition and an honorarium for $375, which they can use to further their instruction. We also have plaques for each. We have a plaque which hangs on the wall with their names, and a what is that thing called? And a certificate of recognition. Sorry.
No, thank you. I don't know.
So, Susan. Thank you. Jennifer, Susanna, Judy, Jessica, Beth can't be here tonight. Thank you. Once again, I would like to thank the teachers of the Math Task Force.
Sorry, one more embarrassing moment for Tara. I think I can speak for the entire task force to say thank you to Tara for proposing that we get this team together to the board. Thank you to the board for saying, yes, it's a good idea. Thank you to Tara again for proposing that we continue, because we still have a lot of work to do. And thank you to the board for agreeing that we should continue on. Again, from all of us, Tara, thank you for putting this together, and thank you for putting up with us for the entire year.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so I don't have access. Nobody has access. Right, well, no, there's an appointment.
I guess we could do it again.
Okay, we already did. Okay, so now we're going to have, well, don't we need a motion that the board approve the appointment of the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction? That is Dr. Tara Topier, for anybody who's been sleeping through the rest of the meeting. Is there such a motion?
I move that we accept, or how do you want to put it?
Approve the appointment.
Approve the appointment of Dr. Tara Topier.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, we all said aye. Unanimous. Congratulations again. So we're going to take, we're going to have a quick pause and have a little reception to honor our math task force, the winners of the Chris Anderson Award, as well as Dr. Topier. And we're going to spend, the agenda is 15 minutes. We're going to do it for 10 minutes, if that's okay. And I would ask that if there are folks here who are interested in speaking on items that are on the agenda, if you could fill out these little yellow slips of paper and hand them to Lars. Lars, raise your hand. Everybody knows who you are. So that it'll help us monitor the timing with respect to public comment. And this would be a good time to fill those out as well. So we'll take a pause, and I think there's some cake or something, right? Yeah. Okay, item 16H. The Educator Effectiveness Proposal. Dr. Topier, you're back. And maybe Kim Stifler, I don't know whether she's back.
Yes. Hi, yes, so this is a second reading. We did not put up the PowerPoint again. We provided you with the plan. We spoke about this last month, and the one change to the plan that has been made is a reduction in .2 release to bring the amount of money that we are being allocated into alignment with how much we were trying to spend.
Okay. Are there, so you're looking for a motion to approve the educator effectiveness proposal that was presented to us at our last, or 2 meetings ago?
Correct, with the change of the .2 reduction.
Okay. You mean it's going to be less expensive?
Yes.
No. Okay, you need to get your story
You're
straight.
hired, Tara.
Okay, are there any questions from board members about educator effectiveness proposal?
I have a quick question for you. It's about the timeline, assuming that we say aye across the board on this. When does this roll out? Is it just the new teachers coming in? Is that somewhere and I missed it?
We will post the positions. We will send them out to our staff tomorrow. So the instructional coach positions will go out tomorrow, and the rollout, their training will begin over the summer, and the rollout will be August.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a kind of sort of related question. Has there ever been at the district level an attempt to inventory with teachers what skills they have and things that they can teach other teachers?
That's a great question. What we have done this past year was put out requests for professional development, asking both what teachers wanted professional development in and what they wanted to teach to other teachers. So we are starting that inventory, if you will, and many teachers have come forward, and last August and over the year, we ran several workshops that were presented by teachers, and they were their idea of what skill they wanted to share with their coworkers.
Oh, I'm impressed.
Question?
I guess that's why we hired you.
It's a team effort.
When you're talking about teachers, you're also including counseling as well, right?
Yes, and paraeducators.
Okay, any other questions? Any questions from student trustees? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve the educator effectiveness proposal.
I move to approve the educator effectiveness proposal.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. There you go. Congratulations.
very much.
Good work.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next, the Ross Valley Healthy
Community
Collaborative. Coalition funding request for funds.
Yes.
Tara.
So this is in response to a request for funds, an additional request for funds. We had an initial request last year, which the board granted, and this is a slightly reduced allocation in order to help the Ross Valley Healthy Community Collaborative continue their work, while also recognizing some of the restraints on the district as being a funder of other coalitions.
Okay.
There's a recommendation that you accept the amount of $3,750 to be granted.
Okay. And this is a one-time grant, right? So this
A
is
one-time for the coming year to be terminated in June of 2017.
right. And this is 50% of what we funded last year.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions about this?
Yes. Is this ongoing every year? Will it come up every year? So
No,
it would be-
the memorandum explains that this is a one-year agreement.
Which would be this year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question. I seem to recall last year that we were the fiscal agent. And
We are no longer the fiscal
and
agent.
that is different now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Jessica.
So will you not be trying to renew it next year? Is that what you're saying?
We will not be renewing it next year.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So I'm assuming there's no, if someone has public comment on these items on the agenda, I'm assuming that we don't have, the audience is not shy. You would step up and say something. So hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the, approve the Ross Valley Healthy Community Collaborative request for funds and the funding agreement. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Okay, next, 16J, discussion approve the new course of study for AP Capstone Seminar.
Thank you. And good evening. David Sondheim, principal at Redwood High School. And joining me are Emily LaTourette and John Blaber, Redwood High School teachers. Give them a hand. I'm going to say a couple quick things, and they're really going to give the bulk of the presentation this evening. But about 2 years ago, a Redwood teacher came to me and was interested in AP Capstone, which was a new program from the College Board. Was interested in wondering whether it might be a good fit for Redwood. We, at that time, put it on hold for a year to try and find out more. And then about a year and a half ago, looked at it again with a number of teachers and decided it would be a real good fit. And then teachers have taken that program and looked whether there be student interest as well as whether it made sense for us. And they're going to present to you some of the main reasons why and what it will look like as we look a couple years down the road. I want you to know the reason I think it's a good match for us is it integrates a number of features that we'd like to see in all our students. Number one, it integrates student choice and student voice in some of the work they do. And in terms of students critically thinking, collaborating, being creative in their approach and learning how to do research, academic research in a serious way. We think Capstone is going to provide a lot of opportunity. I don't want to take too much thunder, but I will tell you that I was backed up in that idea by both the teachers, and then when they did informational meetings for the students, John's room was not only full, they were coming out into the halls to hear about it. And signups wise, we've seen approximately currently 90 students who want to take it next year. So I think we're off to a good start, assuming your approval tonight. But John and Emily are going to take you through some of the details.
Great.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Yoshihara. It's actually my first board meeting I've ever been to in 13 years. So
Generally, we have nobody here, but everybody's here to listen to AP Capstone.
I know, a little bit of pressure. So just to give you a little bit of overview on the program, the first slide here kind of just talks a little bit about what AP Capstone is. It's an innovative program that really aims to help prepare students to develop the critical thinking skills that they need for college, but also for their future careers. And the emphasis is on critical skills that are needed, again, at the college level, but really we're thinking further into the future and applying those. It complements also the in-depth subject matter study that you would find in a typical AP course, sort of any of the AP courses that are offered. by the College Board, but I think one of the interesting components of it is that it's a non-departmental elective. So it's really focusing on college level skills as opposed to that subject specific inquiry. So the two new courses, AP Seminar and AP Research, would allow students to immerse themselves in topics that matter to them, as David mentioned, while developing the analytic research, problem solving, and communication skills that colleges seek in their applicants. And just to break this down a little bit more, into a little bit more specifics, this does look, as you can see up here, it is a 2-year program. AP Seminar would be year 1, that students would take their junior year. This is comprised of a team project and presentation, along with an individual research-based essay and presentation. And separately, they would also sit for an end-of-course exam, sort of a more traditional, what you would be used to with a more traditional AP exam. So those are the 3 main components of that junior year. During the senior year, which would be year 2, students would write an academic paper, an extended 4,000 to 5,000 word academic paper, and would finish the year with a presentation and oral defense of their paper and their methodology.
Thanks, Emily. Okay, so this is the sort of curricular framework that underlies both the first and second years of the program. Because this is education, we have to have an acronym, right? So this one comes from the College Board. This is their QUEST model for inquiry-based learning for the first and the second year. So students are learning how to develop open-ended, thoughtful research questions with guidance from the teacher during the question and explore process, doing research on that. And then in the second phase, understanding and analyzing sources, looking at the credibility of how arguments are made, and the credibility of the research behind those arguments. In the third, they're evaluating different perspectives, often competing perspectives on the same topic. Fourth one there, synthesizing ideas. They're combining their own knowledge and ideas along with the different divergent perspectives from the sources. And then finally, in the last phase, this is where we get into a lot of the collaborative work, teaming together, transforming that into appropriate multimedia or written research reports, and transmitting that often with an oral defense to an audience. So this is something they're going to do repeatedly over the course of that 2-year program. Year 1, AP Seminar. Students, this is open to juniors at Redwood. Students are going to learn how to investigate real-world topics from different perspectives, analyze information and write evidence-based arguments and communicate them. And they're going to work both independently and with a team of classmates to develop written reports and deliver presentations. You can see some of the example topics that students will work with their teachers to select from. So there's a lot of student voice and choice in that process. We're hoping that that'll really help drive up student engagement. And again, these are all real-world topics that they'll be learning about. And then you have the 3 assessment components that Emily mentioned there with the distribution, team project and presentation, 25%, individual research-based essay and presentation, 35%. Those are both through course assessments. Those are things that are assessed by the teacher of the course itself, which is something that I really like. As an AP teacher, always we would send our students off, and then the entire assessment was done just by the College Board scorers. And this is changing that model so that a lot of the assessment is happening in the classroom by their AP teacher who knows them. And then the end of course exam, which happens, which is 40%.
And a little bit more about AP Research. So this would again be taken during the senior year, the second year of the 2-year sequence. And really this year is designed for students to sort of pick a topic that they're really interested in researching and conduct that year-long mentored research to sort of investigate this topic and issue that they're passionate about. This will also give them a chance to apply the research methods and practices that they likely studied and learned already in AP Seminar, but also potentially refining those skills more in the second year. They will write a college-level research paper. You'll see that on the right side, a few more bits of information about that. And then finally present and orally defend their research findings and also their methodology. And the exciting thing about this particular course, and sort of adding on to what John just said, the exam score is based in this course on 2 assessments that are entirely sort of in-house. So both the academic paper, the 4,000 to 5,000 word extended research paper, and the presentation oral defense would be scored and assessed by the AP teachers here. They would not sit for an outside exam. So again, it's sort of, also as an AP teacher, that's really exciting to sort of authentically assess the work that students are doing after this year-long process. Some benefits, I think, obviously acquiring critical skills, so students will acquire challenging college-level analysis, writing, and research skills that are obviously increasingly valued in colleges, but also employers. As far as 21st century abilities, I think this also really aligns nicely with the district's sort of commitment to 21st century skills and content, and specifically the mission statement. So in looking at these two courses in the AP Capstone program, I saw a lot of overlap in terms of what the district values and what we're committed to in terms of what this course offers students, I think at a just a greater level and going in greater depth. And finally, student voice and choice and authentic learning. Because students are choosing their own research topics and studying real-world interdisciplinary issues and topics of importance to them, there's greater engagement, there's greater application, hopefully.
So as I was watching the earlier presentations tonight on the solar panel proposals by the Drake students and also the Chris Anderson Award from the math study team, I was thinking about the power of teams to leverage collective wisdom to solve real-world problems. And that's, I think, one of the key skills that this program develops, and I think the College Board's done a pretty good job of communicating to that to universities, and you can see that they've got a lot of support and excitement for over 140 colleges that have endorsed it and over 100 colleges that have developed credit policies. For our purposes here in California, AP Seminar would fulfill the UCG requirement, which is an independent elective requirement. This is a brand new course and a brand new program, so we wanted to really open this up and educate people about this opportunity. So access, awareness, and interest. AP Seminar is open to all Redwood High School juniors. There aren't any prerequisites in terms of courses that you have to take, have taken beforehand, or GPA requirements that you have to have, or an entrance examination. We're really trying to sort of open this up, perhaps even to students who wouldn't have necessarily considered taking AP in the past. Outreach, we met with teacher leaders over the course of the past year. We met with site council. We visited all of the sophomore English classes where the teachers would let us in and did presentations about that. I had an information session in my room, which I should have, as David said, held in the little theater because they were literally out the door and down the hall. And we also did information at an AP information night for Redwood High School parents so they could learn about it. And the pre-registration numbers, I think that was sort of a holding pattern, but as David said, there are around 90 students or so. So clearly, the students are excited about this class. When you get that many kids signing up for a class that had never even existed before, just on the strength of what they're hearing about it, you can see they're interested in authentic learning, collaborative learning, and getting ready for these college and career level skills. All right, now we'd like to take any questions that you really have. Yeah.
I really want to emphasize two other points. One is on a lighter note. Dina Kraft and Larry Pratt, who are running our current plethora of AP exams, would love the idea that some of these are in course and not at the end of the year. But on a more serious note, I truly believe the reason students were flowing out of that room to hear about it and have signed up for it, those 90 students are only juniors. It's a junior seminar, is a junior class currently. So that's, and I think the reason it's so popular gets to the core of some of the areas that we want to see improvement as we look at Redwood, and it's around student engagement. Now, our students are very compliant at Redwood, and they do what we tell them, and they do very well. But true engagement that's coming from them, intrinsically motivated around areas that they have an interest, I think that's one of the appeals of this, is they get to choose a number of the different things they're going to work on over those 2 years. And I think that's one of the reasons that students are so excited about doing this, and we're excited about offering it. And the other piece I just want to stress is again, it's fully open access. We only currently have a few other AP classes that are like that, and as we move more towards that, I think it's a good thing. But think in this case, we'll need to do some work to help students who haven't traditionally been successful in AP classes get to the place where they'll be successful here. But I know that the teachers that are looking at it for next year, John and Emily, and those who are looking at doing research in the following year, are committed as well to helping students get to the place where they'll be successful. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, this is really clear about what the students will be doing. What will the teachers be doing? What are you teaching in this process?
I mean, I can just say from a research standpoint. I mean, I'm thinking about AP research in particular. This is sort of the second year course that I've spent more time looking at and sort of, getting a sense of that. I mean, and I could say we don't know, so we haven't been in the training yet, so we don't know exactly what this is going to look like on a day-to-day basis. But I know for AP research, you're really serving as a mentor and a guide to work them through. Like I said, so AP Seminar is going to lay a lot of the foundation work, let's say, for AP research, but it's really teaching them not only the recursive writing process itself to go through and write this extended expository college level essay. So I think the writing process and the teaching of the writing itself and that recursive process is part of what you're teaching. But second of all, I think it's the research skills. And I think in a lot of courses we have now, teachers are teaching research skills and they're doing a good job. But to really teach research at sort of an in-depth level, to really break that down and go a lot deeper into what's the difference between the research that we're teaching at the high school level and the academic research they might be expected to do at the college level. I think those skills, really isolating those skills and really looking at, okay, how do we make that process explicit is a large part of what would be going on. In addition to just mentoring the students through the process of choosing topics, picking a mentor, later figuring out what goes into an oral defense, how would that be, how would you deliver that? So I think I see that as being sort of maybe content-wise what you would be doing, or what I would be doing, or anyone would be doing in the AP research course. So hopefully that's...
So for AP Seminar, it's going to be drawing on a lot of the skills that we've been helping students develop in AP English Language and Composition. So there's a very heavy emphasis there on close reading, critical thinking, argumentation, analysis of argument, synthesis, composition, oral presentation. All of these are things that we work in the context of that class, not so much doing on a lecture basis, but really just guided inquiry and facilitating student inquiry. I've been working for a couple of years now on the National Faculty for the Buck Institute for Education, and really it's a model where it's not just sort of sage on the stage, but it really is facilitating student inquiry so that they can collaborate together and really work on those 4 C's as a group, and also individually learn how to develop some of those critical thinking and composition skills.
And Chuck, also, the teachers doing this, as is true in other AP courses, will be going through staff development in the summer the College Board offers for both courses. And we plan on this year having 4 of our teachers go, and if other teachers are interested as we move forward, they'll do it as well. A course like Seminar and like Research can also be expanded to not just its own course. It can be done in conjunction with other courses. So for instance, we have an independent science research course that goes on. There are students in that course that could also do AP research as part of the science research they do. It doesn't have to be limited to this is AP Seminar, this is AP Research. There's an opportunity here to have it be part of what may happen in a number of courses. If that helps.
Do you foresee students taking AP Comp and AP Capstone concurrently?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah,
I wanted to hear that.
Yeah, and I would say it's true with any. This is not necessarily a replacement for others. It's something that students want to do if they can. We're kind of curious as we look at the students that signed up and eventually take it. What did their schedule look like compared to juniors that previously? Are they choosing this as a 7th period where they used to choose it only 6? Are they choosing as an elective replacement? Are they choosing as an AP replacement? We're kind of curious what we'll see there.
Audrey.
I was just wondering what course requirements, does it fulfill any course requirements? Like you said it's an elective, but does it fulfill any like English course? No. No? All right.
Yes, it's a full elective.
Jessica.
I just want to say I am so disappointed I'm not a sophomore. But I was wondering, I understand that the AP research is, AP seminar is a requirement to take AP research, but can you enroll in AP seminar and then decide not to take AP research? Is it a commitment to a 2-year program?
I mean, that's a great question. I think ideally yes, but no. A student might end up deciding not to take AP research.
Okay.
Barbara.
A number of questions. First is, what was the response of staff when you were proposing another elective? Because I know a lot of departments who rely on electives to support what they're doing, that this is one of those competing classes. I have a number of other questions, but start with that one, please.
We discussed it with our teachers and with our teacher leaders, and they saw the value, and there was curiosity in terms of, again, the response I was giving to Chuck a minute ago in terms of what are students choosing when they choose this? Are they choosing not to do something else? Are they choosing to add where they weren't taking 7 periods before? But there was an overwhelming concern. I think they felt like this was something that was different than we currently offer, provided students more diversity in what they could take, and was positive and fit the mission of what we're doing. And so there wasn't a significant concern regarding that expressed to me.
Okay.
And Tess.
Another one. What's the possibility of this course moving down to the sophomore level so that you really are preparing youngsters to go ahead and take the actual AP language and comp exam and move that direction as a choice? And then my other question related to that is, will students who have taken these courses be able to pay the fee and then take the AP language and comp exam, for example?
Well, let me answer a couple parts, and then if they want to add something. The challenge in the sophomore year, I think, is that the number of electives you have is more limited. Okay. And so while we may offer it as we move forward for sophomores, it'll be interesting to see how many decide to take it or how many decide to wait till junior year to take seminar and senior year to take research. But it's a possibility, and there are schools that are doing that. In terms of it flowing into something like comp or other courses where there's research done, it's certainly a possibility. I think we'll have to see how it goes and go from there. You want to speak any further?
Could they take the exam? If a student if a student as a junior took the series in the year, set them up, could that student in May take the exam? Even if they haven't taken
AP language and comp?
Right.
So, as you know, because you taught it for a long time, there is an FRQ, free response question on that exam, which is rhetorical and style analysis, and that's close reading and understanding of how to talk about devices and their contribution to the purpose of the passage. That's not so much the focus of AP seminar. So that would have to be something that you'd be putting on the AP seminar teacher to sort of do double duty and teach. Good. And that, as you know, that's very time consuming to teach that. I think that's actually the toughest one of the 3 essays to teach.
But if you're asking in general, I mean, a student can take an AP exam. They don't necessarily have to have taken the course.
Right.
And the answer to that is yes. Okay. And you also asked about fees. And if we have students who can't afford to take an AP exam, we find a way to get their AP exam paid for them. So we don't have students who don't take exams because they can't afford them, if that's part of the question too, if I heard correctly.
Kind of. What about what it might do in terms of, for example, Essay Expo? How's that going to impact enrollment there? Are we effectively kind of developing a tracking? Are we tracking at all?
Yeah, I think because the AP capstone is not an English class, that first of all, because it is a skill-based AP course, it really shouldn't compete with SAX and Honors X. And I mean, having taught SAX for many years, I haven't in quite a few years, and I'm teaching Honors X right now. While there might be a little overlap, kind of what John is talking about with AP Seminar and AP Language, I don't see enough overlap to maybe make that a concern. And I don't know, I mean, we'd have to sort of see how the numbers shook out as far as choices, certainly this upcoming year. But I would say just anecdotally, no, I wouldn't think that it would be competition.
And again, it doesn't count as an English class, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they still got to take the English.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I'll be brief.
So I don't know which slide number, so forgive me while I try and tell you what I'm referring to, but actually one of the first slides, you said that it was a nice complement to in-depth subject matter study in AP. And now then further along under AP Capstone, the benefits, and you have listed acquired critical skills, developed 21st century abilities, student voice. Whenever I see those benefits, we hear those benefits a lot. Can you explain why this is different than the other AP courses? Because I would assume any AP course, I would hope, because our district is stressing critical thinking and getting ready for the 21st century. Can you describe that? And then you listed some sample subject matter that, for instance, areas that the students may want to research. Is this limited to this area, or if you have somebody that wants to do more science-based? So in a way, it sounds like you might be team teaching, I assume. If somebody wants to do physics research and that's not your background, would you work with whoever teaches physics at Redwood? Is that how it would work?
So I'll take the,
sorry.
first question you asked, and then
Thank you.
for the second part.
Okay, thanks.
So I think your first question has to do with sort of the 4 C's: communication, collaboration,
right,
and creativity. So I think the component of the Capstone program, which is going to allow students to strengthen those skills the most, is in the first year, which is AP Seminar. The very first thing they do is a team project, and that's 3 to 6 students, and they're working collaboratively together. They decide on a topic, they write a research question together, they parse that out into different areas of research, they come back together, they present their research to each other, then they write a collaborative report, and then they put together a multimedia presentation and they deliver it together. So, and they are assessed on that. That's part of their through course assessment. So do students do group work in other AP courses? Absolutely. Do they sometimes do team presentations? For sure. But this, I think, raises the stakes. And it increases the amount of time and the depth of work that students will do and the amount of attention that teachers will give to teaching those skills, as opposed to just sort of assuming students come into the room with them. Because a lot of these really need to be taught. Students need to get feedback on them.
Right.
They need to have rubrics, and they need to work to get better at them. So it's a very explicit part of the curriculum. And I think in other AP classes, it happens more as a matter of course in service of other content.
And it probably varies between instructors, whereas this is the course.
This is what it's about. That's
okay, I understand better now. Thank you.
When Emily says the skills-focused course, these are the skills.
Okay, thank you.
And then your question about just the research, that's a great question. So just to give you an example, I definitely think that this is a real possibility that students are going to be interested in maybe a science-based, let's say AP research, they want to focus on a science topic, and I'm not a particular expert on that. A couple of things, or a couple of ways that might work. Definitely, as far as I think we hope that as the program grows, that we can pull from as many different disciplines as possible to have a variety of teachers from different subjects teaching these courses, to sort of be there as a valuable resource, to have a finer skill set. I don't know how that would all, with scheduling and all of that, figuring that out as far as these students are interested in this and their schedule and this teacher, I don't know how reasonable that is or is not. But the other thing that is part of the AP research course anyway is that students choose a mentor for the year. So beyond their teacher, they also pick a mentor who can sometimes be another teacher on campus, but also can be an adult, an expert in that particular field, who can also lend them valuable insight and help with not only the content of what they might be researching, but also the writing process, feedback. And so I think that that's another way to sort of get at that challenge that might arise. So thanks. Thank you. Yeah.
I have a comment and a question. First, I think this is great, and in addition to all of the skills that you've enumerated that the students will pick up, I think they'll also see the 4 C's in action among the teachers that are part of this capstone program. So thank you for modeling to our students how it can be done. And I also thought maybe you could toot your horn a little bit. I know this is a pilot program, or at least that's my understanding, that the College Board didn't, just draw Redwood's name out of a hat. So are there any other schools in the area that have an AP capstone going? And so that's one question. Also, what does the pilot look like? How will it be evaluated, and how long is it considered a pilot program?
The number one, there are not other high schools in Marin County currently doing it, but there are other high schools in the Bay Area and certainly across the country. Next year will be the second or third year that it's been done. So we're seeing it grow across the country. In terms of evaluation, I imagine we'll look at everything from how students do, certainly, to what their experiences are. Getting their perceptions as well as perceptions of the teachers involved, and then some data like we've talked about before around what course patterns and course selection patterns students have had. And it may be interesting as well to see what parents thought as well. This is a different kind of AP course, and while there are AP courses that exist that address some of these benefits, I think this is one that addresses all of them and is intended to explicitly, like John said. I think that's the piece I'm most curious about, how students will feel at the end of taking both the seminar course and then at the end of 2 years of taking both. I think it'll be fascinating.
Okay. So does it look like we'll have 3 classes, 90 juniors, 3, 4? What's it look like?
Well, we asked for 7, but no, it looks like 3 to 4.
Okay.
More than likely, given our normal staffing guidelines for AP.
I was curious. I asked who the teachers would be, and I knew about you two, and then...
And actually, I need to correct myself. So John will be doing a seminar with Tom Sievertson next year, and research the following year will be Emily LaTourette and Ernesto Diaz, one of our math teachers.
So his was the name. My kids had him for math, and when I saw him, at first when I read this, I thought it was an English, another English AP class. So his name tripped me up a little bit, but now I understand it much better and see that he could help with the crunching numbers and research type stuff.
And it's worth noting that we had science teachers who were interested originally, who may participate not this summer, it looks like, but perhaps the following summer in AP research to incorporate it into their independent science research. So we could see it go there as well, which would be nice because we would have an English teacher, a math teacher, a science teacher. Ideally, at some point, if it works well, social studies, it can kind of go from there, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
What about if the other schools are interested in piloting this as well? How would that work?
So they would apply to pilot, and then we'd certainly love to work with any of them. You apply to pilot back earlier in the year, and they then approve you and take you through a process that kind of culminates in the staff development they'll do this summer, and then the support during next year as you go through the years of each of the courses being brought on board.
Okay, but you're offering help to other schools if they're interested?
Their help. No, we're happy to help all of us. Absolutely.
Good. All right, is there any public comment on AP Capstone?
I have one more comment. Can I make a comment?
You have a question?
No, comment.
Oh, comment. Okay.
After.
Hi, I'm Melanie Russell. Sorry, I used 2 last names. And I am a parent of 2 kids at TAM, one who is about to graduate and one who's a sophomore. It's nice to have a mic for short people like me. I wanted to say that to thank Mr. Futterman and the board, and especially Dr. Yoshihara, for coming to hear the TAM parents and speak with us. I think that was 2 weeks ago. You heard a lot of frustration about the academic climate at TAM. My involvement with coming to board meetings started when 2 excellent math teachers were not offered tenure, and that perhaps spiraled into what we saw as the math task force this evening that got the award, and I hope that comes back to TAM and benefits our program again, because it's been a bumpy ride. You heard a lot of other parents just expressing dismay about the caliber of teaching, and I would say we are having a very different experience at TAM than students at Redwood are having, or my children are having a very different experience. And that is illustrated very clearly, unfortunately, in the latest U.S. World News, what's it called? U.S. News and World Report ranking, where Redwood catapulted up to position 27 among California schools. Drake held steady, and TAM dropped from 47 to 104th. So I wanted to say that Mr. Sondheim's comments about how Redwood students are so ready for a program like this and so perfectly suited to it were lovely to hear, and if TAM had a principal right now, we might hear such an impassioned plea on behalf of our students. So in closing, I would like to implore you, Dr. Yoshihara, to beseech you to test and pilot a program of academic excellence at Tamalpais High School. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joe Mackay. Just briefly, I see these things develop 21st century abilities. This is 2016. We're well into the 21st century. Acquire critical skills. I've never seen a presentation that says we're not going to acquire critical skills. Mr. Sondheim was involved in a big controversy with the math department at Redwood High School. And I just would ask this board, before it leaps on something on Mr. Sondheim's recommendation again, that you make sure that the departments, that the teachers are respected that run these departments, and that they too are all on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on AP Capstone?
I just want to say really quickly
This
that...
is Noah Block, for the record.
Well, thank you. What I wanted to say really quickly is that while I don't know much about AP Capstone, really at all, what I will say is that I do know a lot about student voice and authentic learning. And I don't think that this should just be an AP Capstone portion. I think this should be to every single class in our district. I think that part of the problem is if students don't feel like they're engaged with the learning, if they don't feel like they're interested in the learning, if they don't want to be there because they're bored out of their minds, me being one of those students, I don't want to learn. I don't really care. Why would I care? There shouldn't be one program that specifically pushes towards student voice, and I really appreciate you doing that, but it shouldn't be just AP Capstone. I think that's ridiculous that we even have to put that in the presentation, that's a category that, well, great, that's AP Capstone has that, but does everybody else have that? I don't think they do, honestly. I have never been asked about what I want in my curriculum. And, I'll give you an example. Not to toot my own horn, I got a 92% on the PSAT, 92nd percentile on the PSAT. I'm a very good English student. I'm very good at English class. I dropped my AP Comp class, and I'm now in nonfiction, both because I wasn't interested in the class. It's not that I'm not capable of it. Now I have a B in nonfiction. I'm not interested in the class. Now, if you talk to my father, he'll say that I need to just, buck up and deal with it. Sure, that's one option. But I don't think I should just have to buck up and deal with it. I think I should be interested in what I'm learning and actually want to be there. I don't think I should have to just buck up and deal with it. I think I should really want to be there and become a lifelong learner, and I can't do that if I'm not interested in the topics I'm discussing. Thank you.
Mr. Fetterman?
Hi, my name is Nick Laub from Redwood High School, and I'm a senior this year. And I went through actually the AP Comp and language class with Mr. Blaber. So a previous comment about the teachers, I know all these teachers who are already going to be involved in this program are really committed and great teachers for our students. And I can say that from personal experiences, but also based on what he just explained, the student voice and being able to have choice. I think that's a big portion of what sometimes we lack in some AP courses, and I think that for those 90 students who did come in to sign up for this program, they are going to benefit so much. For a person going to college next year, I would have loved to take this class, as Jessica would have said, and definitely learning on those skills that will take me into college and further is a big step for a lot of kids at Redwood, and hopefully a lot of other schools in the TAM district, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more public comment? Okay, Barbara, and then Leslie.
Do you want to go, Les?
Sure, I'll go first. I just want to have a follow-on comment and request for Dr. Yoshihara with Melanie Russell's comment. I think it would be very interesting for the board to get a qualitative just discussion approach of how the administrators do look at the 5 campuses when it comes to course load and quality of education. This is something we've been hearing a lot. I also have a child in former children former students that are children at TAM. And since becoming a board member, I've been delighted to visit Temescal and San Andreas, and it's sparked my interest in how do we look at those campuses. So I think it'd be very worthwhile, and I thank Ms. Russell for bringing that to our attention.
Okay. Barbara.
Mine is a conflict I think I've had for quite a few years, and that is with the fact that there is a business here, and College Board makes an awful lot of money on everything that we do here. So while I love all this because I taught it for years, I still have that. What do you see? I have that concern is that it's a private business that really does do quite well. And that's all I want to say is that it is a corporate entity. That's it.
Okay.
Quick question. Did the impetus for this program come from teachers or from administration?
Teachers. To be honest, I have some of the similar concerns that Barbara has regarding the College Board and its role in education. But that being said, this came from a teacher who was very interested. And then we looked at it together and saw other teachers that were interested and went from there.
Okay, just quick aside. The College Board has bothered me for years. Gasper Caperton was making $850,000 a year when he retired, but we buy Apple computers and we never complain about, Steve Jobs' mansion, or we buy textbooks, we never complain about Harold McGraw's books, not books, his yachts. So, everything we get here, people are making money on it, and some people are making obscene amounts of money, but I don't think it's a reason to shy away from the College Board, because everybody we're dealing with is making money.
Okay. So are we ready for a vote? If so, I would entertain a motion to approve the AP Capstone Seminar Course of Study.
So moved.
I second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, it's unanimous. Thank you very much for all of the work that you're putting into this, and we look forward to a report and an evaluation about how well it's doing. All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to speak loudly. So the next item is discuss and take action on the 2016-2017 staffing plan. So I have 9 cards in front of me for folks in the room who are interested in speaking about the staffing plan in general and or the wellness plan in particular. And I would, because we need to determine sort of how long people have in which to speak, I'd like to get a sense of whether there are other folks who who would like to speak who have not submitted cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I see 6 hands and a yellow slip. Thank you. 7. Okay, so let me just talk about process here for a second. For those of you who've been attending other meetings, you'll understand it. Lars, you're going to present on the staffing plan.
Correct.
Right? And Tara is going to present on the staffing plan. And then we're going to have an opportunity for questions from the board members with respect to the staffing plan. And after we've had questions and we've had an opportunity for staff to answer those questions, then we're going to take public comment with respect to these issues. I am going to, when it comes time for public comment, I'm letting you know I'm going to make it. It's going to be less than 3 minutes per speaker, part in order to be polite to everybody else. And I'm going to ask also of you as you're thinking about what it is that you want to say, if someone else has already made the point that you were planning on making, if you'd like to get up and say you support the point that a particular speaker has made, rather than saying the same thing over again, that would be okay as well. Lars.
Good evening once again. Per our abbreviated presentation at our last board meeting that was held at Tamalpais High School, we bring to you this evening the staffing plan for 2016-2017. And in a nutshell, the staffing plan is a way that we ensure via board approval that we are bringing and distributing appropriate human resources to our respective 5 school sites and our district office. So what we're talking about this evening are ways that we staff schools. And as you see, I won't read the slide to you, but we take a look at the numbers of students coming to us from our various feeder districts, and we take a look at the kids that we already have in our respective schools, and we determine what we need from there. We use eSchool Plus as our student database, and from there we determine how many classes within each of our departments that we need. And I'm making the numbers up, but we might say we need 12 algebra classes at TAM and 14 at Redwood and 7 at Drake and so forth. Again, it's all based on math, simple math. So section allocation. Sections are essentially classes. If I say we need 5 sections of algebra, that means we are having 5 classes of algebra. So sections are just that. They are individual classes. And you see an example up there, the example of 220 students sign up for a given course. We may allocate 8 sections, resulting in a class size of 28.4 students at that school. Obviously, we don't have any 0.4 students, so the numbers, it will depend from period to period, room to room, how many kids are in each class. But we do have contractual ratios that we must adhere to per our TFT-TUHSD agreement. Counselors also fall under specific ratios, and that's contractually based in terms of student load. So it's no secret that we are growing as a school district, and we are growing in the immediate. So the first day of school is 3 months and 4 days away, and we anticipate at Drake High School growth of 97 students, at Redwood High a growth of 29, and at TAM next year a growth of 116 students. We are 18 students above those projections right now based on what we have in our computer. We've done our best at our various school sites to account for kids who will be opting to go to the privates around this county and beyond, particularly those that are incoming, but it isn't an inexact science, but we're pretty darn close in our projections. Very proud of that. So some staffing changes. Because we're growing, we are bringing an additional 12.8 teachers to our district in the coming year. We are interviewing as we speak across the board at our various schools and our various departments. That doesn't account for the teachers we're also hiring for reasons of retirement, leave, and so forth. But 12.8 new teachers coming to the district. An additional 1.6 teachers coming in the special education area. And again, the 0.6 or any other number like that, that is section by section. So we're looking at 1 full-time teacher and 1 teacher who will teach 3 classes when we say 0.6. Looking at a half-time speech and language pathologist, that person we will continue to contract out with, a different company that won't be our employee. An additional 0.6 of counseling per the contractual ratios, and then a 0.8 of English language learner support, given that population, though small in our district, is growing. For a total increase of FTE of 16.3. FTE is full-time equivalent. So 16 full-time, 0.3 new certificated people to the district. In our classified staffing, also have some new hires associated with growth, not accounting for people who are stepping away for reasons of retirement and so forth. We are growing in special education numbers, therefore we need increased numbers of paraeducators. You see a 1.8 projection in growth there. As I mentioned a moment ago, we are growing in English language learner students, therefore we also need classified help in that arena with a paraeducator equivalent to 1.2. And EIA funds are no longer available to us, so the 0.45 at TAM is already there, but we will need to assume the cost out of our general fund in that federal program no longer exists, or will no longer exist. We also need some help in a couple of offices. At Redwood High School, we're requesting a 0.5 or half-time clerk 4. That is a classification in our classified contract. And at TAM High School, looking at a half-time addition of a assistant principal secretary, again, based on growth. We are, the red there, you see secretary, 0.375 FTE, school nutrition services. That is the clerical person in the food services department, Elena Dibble, secretary. Ms. Dibble reports that she does not need that position to continue forward. So a total of 4.075 addition in the classified ranks. And again, FTE stands for full-time equivalent. Management staffing changes. As you are aware, we are in the middle of a search for a continuation high school principal at San Andreas. That is a 1.0 position, a full-time standalone position. In doing that, though, it's about restructuring. So we will not next year have an assistant principal in our alternative schools. So that's a 1.0 FTE reduction there. So you see the new salary is mitigated significantly by the subtraction of the assistant principal salary. Adding a school psychologist to the degree of 0.4 FTE, and we will have another intern joining us at a full-time equivalent. So with regard to management, due to our growth, 1.4 and restructuring, 1.4 FTE. So in total, on the certificated side, a growth, as I mentioned earlier, of 16.3 full-time equivalents. You see the numbers associated with those costs. Classified, 4.075 FTE, and again, the numbers associated with those costs. And in the management ranks, 1.4 FTE, and again, numbers associated with those costs. I'd like to introduce and bring forward both Dr. Tara Topier and Senior Director of Student Services, Wes Cedros, to discuss a series of wellness options for you with this part of the plan. Sure.
We have, at the request of the board, to look at cost savings for the overall wellness program that has been proposed. We have come together to give you 5 options overall, and I'll include a 6th as well, and I'll explain that. Option A is the staffing as recommended earlier in the year. So we're using that as a baseline for cost savings that the board asked us to investigate. That staffing projection for 2016 would be a wellness coordinator at Drake, a wellness outreach specialist, that's the classified position, starting in January at Drake, and then bringing on a wellness coordinator at TAM in January as well. In a communication to the board that did not make the board packet because it didn't make it in time, I sent the board more information on these options. Some of those were available in the back, and I'd be happy to make those available to anybody who asks. And I believe it'll be attached to the next board meeting's agenda. And you have those in your packet. So that's what I'll use to go through the options. The difference in what you're seeing on the screen here and what came with my correspondence with the board is that I also projected out 2 years because that was our original rollout for the wellness model. So in order to give you an idea of the cost savings or additions and differences with the staffing. I did that over 2 years. I also put a short pro-con list of the reductions in that staffing or the tweaks to the option A, and also included in that was some consideration or a more robust description than what you see on the screen here.
Can I ask one favor? If it's possible, if you know what the slide numbers are when you reach them, then I can jot it down and ask questions on a given slide at the end of the presentation. So if you know what slide number this is, I appreciate it. That way I'll
track that for me.
Yeah, because that way I'll know. Rather, it'll save time. Thanks.
Okay, great. I will say there's a couple caveats with these projections. Number one, it stands to reason that the numbers for hiring could be a little higher or a little lower, depending on what step that staff comes in on. The other caveat is that in options B and E, if there is a recommendation for staff being reduced or being outsourced to a local community-based organization, that would require consultation with the bargaining unit of that staff member, and we would need to apply applicable labor law to that. So it's not an automatic. These are just proposals because we were asked to come up with cost reduction ideas for wellness, and since well over 90% of the budget for wellness is staffing, this is how we can save or adjust our costs. So option A is, as I explained, slide 10. Option A is slide 10, and that was the original proposal. So option B, the main difference with option B is that is the idea of contracting the wellness outreach specialist through a local community-based organization. Over 2 years, that saves approximately $133,000, and that's an estimate. But it maintains current staffing model with a reduced cost, a drop-in center, if that's part of the individual school's plan, is allowed to remain open for 5 days a week. Existing or established partnerships can be maintained, and the considerations would be that the current wellness outreach specialist at Redwood is a CSEA member, and so that second caveat would come into play. We'll need to negotiate new and similar contracted positions with CSEA coming up. And the third consideration was FERPA compliance. If the wellness outreach specialist is contracted out, but in the interim, I received legal advice that we could work with that, so it's no longer a large consideration. Wellness C, option C, this reduces the wellness outreach specialist position at each site to 0.5. The idea with current staffing is that since we already have an outreach specialist at Redwood, that person would split their time. We wouldn't reduce that individual's time, but that person would travel between 2 sites. It onboards the wellness coordinators at TAM and Drake on the same staggered schedule, and results in a cost savings of about $41,000 over the year, and close to $167,000 over 2 years. The pros are that it reduces the costs by that amount of money. The drop-in center remains open 2.5 days a week, and the considerations would be, the flip side is that the drop-in center is closed for 2.5 days a week. We'd have to go dark there because of supervision concerns unless we could overcome them in some way. It reduces the capacity to maintain partnerships and the ability to leverage the in-kind services that we've been able to manage. Prevention and health support is reduced. Yes, this is option C. Tara, what? Slide 12. And the youth development, engagement, and advocacy opportunities are also reduced. Option D.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the follow-up material that you provided, you refer to C spreadsheet for list of services offered with option C. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
That spreadsheet is the one that was attached to the staffing plan in your packet, at the very end of the staffing plan on the agenda.
Oops.
Sorry, no, it's not here.
Oh, it's not here.
It's on the attachment on the agenda, the staffing plan. Yes.
This one, okay.
Yes. There was a cost analysis and a spreadsheet of services.
Okay.
Yeah. And that grew out of Leslie's request to measure the services in each of the buckets, so to speak, against what would be viable and what would be reduced or unavailable with the different staffing options. Option D, there's several key differences between option D and the original proposal. The first
is that the composition of the wellness director position is shifted to include 0.8 FTE at the current position, and then the remaining 0.2 would be at the wellness coordinator pay scale in the year 2017-18. It's too late to adjust that for next year. And secondly, the overall wellness coordinator allocation is reduced to 2.6 FTE. That will be distributed among the 3 comprehensive schools as 1.0 for Redwood, keeping their staffing the same as the largest school, 0.8 at Drake, and 0.8 at TAM. The wellness outreach specialist allocation is also reduced to 2.6 FTE and follows the same distribution among the school sites. The pros is that it reduces costs over 2 years by approximately $120,000. It keeps the wellness outreach specialist as a school district employee. The drop-in center would be open 4 days a week. My materials, there's a typo that says 2.5, but it would be 4 days a week. So the 4 days that the coordinator and the outreach specialist are there, the drop-in center, if that's what the design teams at the sites choose, would remain open and then go dark for 1 day per week. The considerations are that the drop-in center is reduced to 4 days at TAM and Drake. Community partners and interns will not have a wellness coordinator on site 1 day a week, and so that person will not be able to coordinate services on that day. The compromise is that the wellness director would alternate on those dark days to be at the site for additional support and crisis intervention if needed, and do her work there. Another consideration is just a lack of consistency for providers, students, and staff when the wellness director fills in for the coordinator on site. It further reduces the capacity to maintain those partnerships and leverage the in-kind services. Crisis response capabilities are reduced by that much, and prevention and health education support is reduced. That is slide 13. Slide 14. Option E is very similar to D in that the distribution of the wellness coordinators remains the same as option D. 1.0 Redwood, 0.8, 0.8 for the other 2 comprehensive sites, as well as the outreach specialist, 1.0, 0.8, 0.8 for Redwood, Drake, and TAM, respectively. The difference is that it goes back to an idea generated in option B of contracting out the wellness outreach specialist, the classified position, to an outside community-based organization for an additional cost savings. It reduces the costs over 2 years by approximately $280,000. Based on estimates that we've received from a local CBO, but we would need to pursue that again with CSEA and with the CBO to firm that up, because that is just an estimate. The pros and cons are similar to option D. Included in a subsequent communication with the board that will also be made public, I included an option F, we'll call it, and that is to only hire wellness coordinators at TAM and Drake in the fall of 2016, so hire them both at the same time, and hold off on hiring new wellness outreach specialists. And there's no slide for this, so feel free to ask questions. Hold off on hiring the outreach specialists, and that would allow the coordinators to work with staff and design teams at each of those 2 sites throughout the next school year to plan and begin implementation of wellness programs that work for each school's particular context and needs. And I provided a quick outline in that communication that I can make available to everyone. It raises the overall cost of option A for next year by about $32,000, which keeps it at about almost exactly at 1% of overall staffing costs for the district. Pros would be it creates equity between the two sites currently without wellness programs and allows them to plan and begin coordinating services immediately. The estimated cost for 2017-18 is very difficult to estimate because Drake and Tam may choose to request staffing that varies from the Redwood model or wait additional time to onboard a classified staff member for the Wellness Center, just depending on how their planning process goes.
Hasn't Drake already requested the same staffing as at Redwood?
Yes, and that's option A. So
I don't understand. So why would they request? I mean, you think that they would reduce the request for 2017, 2018? I mean, I don't understand why you're saying you can't predict what they're going to request for 2017, 2018. They've already made the request.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to give the board options that they asked for.
Yeah.
It's been very difficult to do that on such a quick turnaround, and I want to respect the site's ability to onboard a coordinator to begin coordinating those services and continue with their design process. So that's why that option was given. I think it's really.
Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't give the option. I didn't make myself clear. I was just curious as to. I'm just not clear to me why it would be any more difficult to predict what the impact is likely to be in fiscal year 2017, 2018 with respect to option F as compared to the other options.
Well, for example, TAM may not choose to hire a wellness outreach specialist, or we may need to. When we onboard the coordinator position, there may be additional discussions as that person is coordinating services about the needs of that site. So I'm just trying to be open to outcome as far as the individual site's planning. Redwood is pretty set because we have employees in those positions for the current, for the next school year. But I would say even with that, we're making adjustments to process and procedure as we go along, and that may dictate changes in the future.
What else before we open it up for questions?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you want us, so there's more to the staffing thing. Do you want us to pause here for wellness or go through the entire staffing thing for you and then?
I think you should go through everything, and then we'll take questions. That undoubtedly the board will have some questions, so don't leave.
I won't.
Could we speed it up? People are getting very tired.
I hear you. Okay, we're gonna finish the presentation.
We'll
then
finish
then
presentation
have an
quickly.
opportunity.
So you look at the wellness options here on the screen. And again, I won't read the slide to you. Oop, that's it. So the last, I want to alert you to the last piece there. I know that there was an option F that's not represented on the slide deck, but also another option would be to freeze wellness staffing at existing FTE for the coming year. That's also there for your consideration.
Okay.
I'm happy to entertain any questions and back up as we need to, or ask Wes and Tara to come back up to the microphone.
Okay. Questions?
I thought we were waiting till the end. Are we asking questions? We are waiting till the end, correct? I may have misunderstood.
We're going to ask questions, and we may answer some of the questions that people in the audience have as well. So questions, an opportunity to have ask questions of staff, and then we'll have opportunity for public comment, and then we'll have board discussion.
Questions on the wellness that we just completed. Okay. I will try and be, I'm going to really try and be quick here. Part of the challenge is that what I'm looking at isn't the slides, it's the reports. So bear with me. I'll try and, I have a lot of questions is the problem. Maybe what I should do is try and stay big picture, and I'll ask you some big questions, and then as we're going through, because it is late, I'll go through those. So I have a number of questions. In terms of the alternatives or the options that you chose, can you let us know, did you incorporate the proposal from Drake and Tam into any of those? Are they hybrids? And then are any of those repeats from what we looked at the last board meeting? I see the last one is the freeze, but the last board meeting there were 4. Are these standalones in addition to those? I know that you've been busy. I'm just.
I don't know exactly how to answer your question. The 4 options or 4 choices.
Right.
The menu that was on the with the 4 options.
Mm-hmm.
Those I think were much more from 30,000 feet. They were not staffing specific, except for freezing wellness was one of them. These these go on the assumption that wellness staffing would not be frozen and provides essentially 6 options. The 5 you see here. Option A was the original proposal with original staffing, and then the 5 other options, the 4 included here and the 1 in the subsequent communication. If I can track your question about Drake and Tam, their recommendations, the recommendations that you see in the board memos from those design teams mirror option A. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
So big picture, just because I know you've been bombarded, and thank you. I know we've been communicating, and I know you've been getting a lot of communication and probably have a lot more to do. Real big picture, and this will help maybe you understand more when I do ask questions. When I consider what approach I think I can stand behind, I always need to start at ground zero. To justify spending any money, I need to know how much money we're spending now and what types of services we're delivering. And, it can be somewhat of what you had in that table, but a little more specific in terms of, how many counselors do we have at the sites now, how many BACR, things along those lines, and then work from there. And I use the analogy of consumer reports. When you want to get a new car, you have criteria. You might want air conditioning or power steering, whatever it is, and you put the car models right next to the car you have now, and then you can really look at what benefit you get for incremental additions in cost. And then sometimes that means you don't spend the cheapest because it may cost very little to get a lot more benefit. And in this case, it would apply to some of what the wellness does, because as you've shown us, that by spending a little bit more, we get a lot of in-kind services. But what I also find important about that is that I've talked to many community members who didn't realize that we at the district have already provided many of these services, and we do now. And there's a lot of discussion thinking that the district does not provide wellness or support, or we're not there for our children and students. And so we've got to bring in a wellness program, whereas maybe we should shift it more to, here's what we've got. We know we need to do more for the students, and how we'll supplement that. So that's one thing I know you know that I've asked for that, but it's a little bit backwards to way you've looked at it in terms of cutting down on a previous proposal. I tend to look at it in the other direction and look at the added benefit. So I think that would be helpful for me. I've started trying to do it on my own, so maybe we can work together on that, because I know you have a lot there. And then the other question I had, and this was the other big picture, a lot of the work you've done over the last couple years, and you'll continue to do as you develop new sites, it's startup costs, and it's startup programs and startup print collateral for going into the classrooms and the health fairs. But once you develop those programs, they'll be easier to transfer to other campuses, and it seems like the role of the staff will change, and you may not potentially need, for instance, Jessica may be doing different things in the future, as will the outreach coordinators. So that was, I was wondering if you've looked at that there may be a change in roles. And then another big picture is that because we're talking in terms of wellness centers, and there's this vision of a center plopping in the ground and being separate, then it brings me to, are we looking at our wellness support, I'll call it, at Tamascal and San Andreas? And especially when I visited San Andreas, I was so impressed with what I saw there at open house. That was a question. I don't see those students feeling comfortable or wanting to walk to the wellness center at Redwood. So do these campuses need more of the district support of the students? And then in the options where you have to shut down the centers, they seem almost like a non-starter, because if we're coordinating with the counseling departments don't ever shut down. And if we're part of them, and we already have BACR, I would really I'd love to see that fleshed out a little bit more, especially since what we're hearing from the students is that so much of this is, they describe it sometimes as their lifeline, knowing that they can go to a place and, and get help, and it provides another, point of entry into the system. So I want to be careful about that. The same way I want to be careful that we consider the place, but the services, something that can be in both the counseling and our wellness, and combining it that way. I have a bunch of smaller questions, and I'll go through them as other board members ask you questions, but those are the key ones that and again, I do think it's really important for me as a trustee, knowing that 2 years from now I might have to be voting up here to do layoffs, or not have AP courses, or not be able to grant a new AP course, or have to say we have to have 50 kids in the class. I need to know that the vote I make here still makes sense to me. So that's why, even though it may seem ludicrous to go back, I really need to look at where we were when we started. So I do appreciate it. I know you're completely swamped, and we'll get there, but we really need to do our own due diligence on this. So thank you.
I have a really quick question for you, Wes. On the table with the yellow highlights, I think it's on page, slide 14. Why are some things in red type and not other things? In particular, I'm looking at option B and option E. Both those columns have line items in red type, and I'm just trying to understand why that might be. I don't see a little code.
Oh, sure. Sorry, it got cut off on the top. If you look at the top right, it said red equals positions where FERPA issues may impact work, sharing of information, and coordination of care. So Wes said that he spoke with an attorney about this, but there are FERPA and HIPAA issues when we contract with a community-based organization. And so those were some of the issues that we knew we would have to address if we contract with a community-based organization.
Are the red.
Okay, that's helpful. That explains that. Thank you.
My experience in the past has been, when we've used community-based organizations, there's been a real lack of year-to-year continuity, in that 1 year we've got one person, the next year we have someone else, and the third year we have someone else. In any of these options, I should say, where we're contracting out, would you expect that to be a problem?
I wouldn't expect that to be a problem. We've had very good outcomes with BACR, who's our largest community-based organization partner. Some of those positions are paid or licensed staff who are site supervisors, but the vast majority of the positions are interns. We keep our interns here generally about 2 years. Working full-time, they take about 3 years to get all their hours, and they tend to stay with us. We've had good success with similar services this year at the Redwood Wellness Center, with Apple Family Works and interns there. They've been with us all year and would like to return next year as well. So I don't see that as a large issue, the turnover. going forward. I think
Okay.
it's been good. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
He reminded me of another question. Actually, there was two, and having to do with one thing I'd like to see in terms of when we do compare these options is the number of the ratio of professional staff to the the ratio of students to the permanent professional staff versus the ratio of the students to the student nurses, since they'll be coming in and going, and there's probably very appropriate tasks for them, but I don't want to mislead the community to think that we have a lot of nurses. It just is common sense. It's different having a student nurse that's there for a few months versus a nurse that somebody might really connect with in the long term, and I think it'd be good to compare that in terms of benefit. And then the other comment I have...
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
What would you like me to provide?
I actually emailed it to you, and we can talk about it over the phone. Yeah, it was one of the metrics I gave you. And the other thing is because the public has the actual staffing plan, is that correct, that was in the agenda? I just want to make sure. So the one thing I did, and I think I mentioned too, and I think it would help the board members as well, is that I do appreciate when you include percentage of total staffing, like you had 0.6%, because that does give us a sense that this is a real small percentage of total staffing. But the problem, everything is. And so I need to look at it in terms of percentage of our projected deficit. And so even though it's 0.6% of total staffing, it's almost 19% of the total deficit that we're projecting for 2015 and 16. So I think we need to look at both, because that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it both ways in terms of as we move forward. I think that would be really helpful for the community as well. So thank you.
So I have a question with respect to option D.
D, yeah.
Yeah. There's a comment, second bullet point in terms of considerations, says, I guess this is that the wellness community partners and interns will not have a wellness coordinator on site one day per week to work with. But when you're referring to wellness community partners, you're referring to like BACR and...
BACR is largely self-sustaining because they have site supervisors on site.
Mm-hmm.
What I would be talking about would be our nurse interns, Huckleberry, Apple Family Works, who provides mental health interns. We would have to very closely coordinate with them so that they would have appropriate supervision. So the advantage of having, or the benefit of having the wellness coordinator on site is that person has a master's degree and can supervise those interns, can provide supervision for those interns. So that would be lost for that day when the wellness coordinator is not on site.
Okay, but are you saying that for the day that the wellness coordinator is not on site, we would not be providing those services that are furnished by the interns, or we'd have to figure out a way to supervise them for those days?
If it's possible to supervise them on those days using some existing staff who would be willing to do that above and beyond what they're already doing, then I could see that as a potential option. Otherwise, those services would not take place on that day.
Okay.
The services through the interns.
So this presumably, though, the day that the outreach specialist, I guess the coordinator is not there.
Correct.
Would differ depending upon the site. It might be Mondays at TAM, Tuesdays at Redwood, right? So is that something that wellness director could do? Could she rotate from site to site and handle that on that day?
That was the idea. That was the idea.
That
was the idea of reducing that to 0.8 and making part of that role a coordinator role.
Okay.
I have a follow-up to Michael's line of questioning here, and that is, if we had one day less of that wellness coordinator at a particular site, could it be half day, like Monday afternoon and Friday morning, for example, and not one full day? We're just talking a 0.2 amount of time, right?
Yeah, I think that would be a possibility.
Okay.
Jessica.
I just have two really quick questions. Why is there no wellness outreach specialist in any of the scenarios for TAM? And then also, since Redwood is not mentioned in any of them except for C and E, does that mean that the current staffing would remain in place for all the ones that are not
In
mentioned?
the board presentation, the assumption is that current staffing remains the same.
Okay.
So this is only for the 16-17 school year. So that's all that's represented there.
So I'm not sure, did you understand that? So I think that TAM has not yet, TAM is not as far along in its design process at the other schools, so as the other two campuses. So.
Oh, Jessica, I missed. I can add to that, Michael.
Yeah.
That's okay. So the original plan is was to stagger the hiring, so by semester. So Drake the coordinator would come on at the beginning of 16-17. Their outreach specialist would come on in January of 16-17, as well as the coordinator for TAM. And then at the beginning of 17-18, the outreach specialist would come on for TAM, completing the staffing.
So we would consider that they would probably, for the next year, we would have to add their salary in for the
For the
outreach
17-18.
specialist. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think maybe that answered a question just occurred to me. So that's why Jessica's salary is not included in here, because it was already considered part of the existing. So we're just looking at the incremental from what, okay, thank you.
Exactly.
But if we're looking at alternatives, right, so you're telling me that none of these options contemplate any changes at Redwood?
Not for next year. But a couple of the options do contemplate changes in the 17-18 school year.
So give me an example.
So I'll give you an example. Would be option C, would be the outreach specialist would be reduced to 0.5.
So it would be 0.5 at each of the campuses?
Correct.
Got it.
And that's it as far as changes to the Redwood staffing that's current staffing.
So is the board comfortable with taking some public comment now? We got our initial questions. Had an opportunity to ask?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got, I don't know if anybody has left, I've got 16 people who've indicated they'd like to speak. That includes the people who raised their hands before. Are there people who have not submitted either yellow slips or did not raise their hands before? I'm including students as well as parents. Okay.
Mr. Hartman, can we make questions about the presentation beside the topic?
Yeah, you can. Questions can be asked, certainly. But what we may do is collect the questions and then, rather than have staff jumping up and down every time. Thank you for asking, Mr. Chico. So the students who are coming over here, did you guys raise your hands before? Oh, you filled out slips. All right, very good. All right, are there anybody else who filled out a slip? Sir, I saw you holding a slip in your hands.
President Fetterman, on for speaker.
Yeah, we're going to do 2 minutes for speaker. Okay, we'll start with the students. If you could introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, my name is Carly Jacks. I'm currently a senior here at Redwood, and I just wanted to share kind of a personal story. So last year, I was in a mental state that most people would consider unhealthy, to the point that I needed to go find assistance. And outside of Redwood, I had to go through 5 different therapists, and each I did not find a connection with. Finally, I found one, which was, yay, I'm here. But throughout the senior year of college decisions, life has been really stressful, and having these different expectations on me, it's a very stressful environment for a student. And this year with the Wellness Center, I went in during a very stressful time to a point where I was going back to where I was last year. And I instantly connected with someone at the Wellness Center, which has never happened to me before, with an instant connection. I like to consider myself pretty social, but it takes me a very long time to trust someone, especially with very personal information. I found that at the Wellness Center. And there is nothing more that could be special to a student, knowing that there's someone on campus that if there's something wrong, I have someone to go to. And I don't understand when we started putting a price on students' lives. Thank you.
not quite as tall. Hi, I'm Kendra. I'm also a senior, and I am a part of the Redwood ASB. I'm vice president. I'm also a part of the peer resource class, so I'm speaking on behalf of both of those groups. And the fact that I know personally, a very close person to me has gone through a really tough time recently, and having the wellness center open and being able to drop in has legitimately saved their life, and that the impact of that is imaginable or unimaginable, and I can't understand the concept of making it so that the wellness center drop-in is going dark a couple days a week, because those days of the week could be the days that students' lives could be lost. And I think that is so grand, and we talk about finances and we talk about all of this, but we don't understand the impact that it takes on the entire community of the entire district and all of the friends and family when a life is lost or a life is put in jeopardy. And I think that we really have to consider what is so beneficial for our community, and that is keeping the wellness center and expanding it, because mental health is such a huge issue, and adding more AP classes is only going to add to that stress and to that, putting us into that mental state. And if we're going to do that, we at least have to keep up with maintaining mental student health. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other students here who are interested in speaking? I'd like to take students before anybody else. No. Okay.
Sierra Salin. If anybody wants to read it, I've got about a third of a page editorial in Sunday's IJ and Marin Voice Opinion. 2 minutes, huh? You know, a couple things. I'm going to cut this down. It's like, back to what do we know? What do we think? How do we know it? And how can we be so sure? And the youth are always going to come through and like knock us on our sides with something else. It's like, be it rock and roll, be it jazz, be it swing, be it whatever, you know? Things change and we get swept under the rug. We got to listen to the youth. So why are we so sure of what's important? Grades, colleges, being drunk or stoned in response to the world we create? Or empathy and understanding somehow as important as how to do calculus? And what correlations could there possibly be between not addressing wellness in our culture and events such as mass shootings in schools and public places, high addiction rates, suicides, and disconnection? I mean, this is totally out there, different arena, but today a bunch of the Amazon got sold to China. And what do the people living there think about it? It comes down to money. And what about the health and the well-being of all the systems involved? Online on, I can't think of her name, but the IJ today, somebody responded to something that I said and said, hey, my kid is totally stressed out about colleges because the colleges only look at the test scores and the rankings of the schools, which somebody posted earlier. And yes, that's true, but why is your kid so stressed out, and how do we get your kid not stressed out? And then if you look at those same scores for Temescal, they're basically the same or higher for science and math. Sure, maybe their college readiness isn't so high, but what are we teaching?
Thank you, Mr. Salem.
Good evening. You guys have a very tough job.
Could you introduce yourself?
Yes,
Everybody knows
fine.
who you are.
Paul Ziegler is my name. I'd like to take the first 5 seconds of my presentation and invite everybody to stand up and stretch. Anybody? Come on, quickly. We got to do this fast. Shake it off. Shake it off. Shake it off. Okay, down. All right. The point being is that this is the 4th meeting I've been at. This is an exhaustive process. It must be very tough for you guys. You have a big job to do. What strikes me is, I have 3 questions for you. How many of these board members were here when this was approved a year ago? How many of you were board members? Please raise your hands. Mike, were you here? I think you were, weren't you?
I was.
Okay, so I sat here, you guys looked at all of us in the eye and said, this is going to be tough because we know we have this thing coming, but we want you to stand behind us. I think the community has stood behind you 100% in the decision to pursue wellness. That's the first question. The second question, I can't understand for the life of me why wellness is the only thing up here that is being questioned. And you must have been through everything else, every sports program, every club, every possible scenario, and now wellness is the only thing left that you can salvage to make this budget happen. I think it's ironic that this is the focus of all the attention here when this is probably one of the most important things in the school, yet it's the one thing you're looking at cutting. I think that, and maybe you've cut everything else to the bone, but I think this is really unfair. I'd like to ask a question. Of the people on the board, who can tell me how much the capstone program is going to cost? Anybody? You just passed that unanimously. You passed that program unanimously. These guys have done an amazing job presenting a program that is well accepted by the students, that's doing great things for our schools, and I invoke that you please show some chutzpah, show some mental toughness. Stand behind this because the community will make it work for you. You're not going to balance your budget on the backs of wellness. I'm sure of that. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Ann Olisco-Lemmy. I have 2 kids at Mill Valley Middle School. Both of them, or one of them is going into TAM next year. I have a friend whose daughter graduated from Redwood last year, and like the kids that just spoke, she had her fair share of stress when she was in high school. And when she went to college, the perception with her family was that her troubles were over, but they were not. And when she went to the UC school and looked for help within the wellness center with all the other freshmen, she was turned away because they were only taking emergency cases, meaning suicidal students. This was somebody who just came from our school district. If we are paying attention, what we are asking of our students right now is unprecedented in the history of our public schools. It is no longer enough to have a 4.0 grade average. Our kids have to be community leaders, entrepreneurs, sports superstars, artists. All of these things are being demanded on them. They are many hours short of the sleep that every expert knows that they need. They stay up late, they are stressed, they are worrying, they are working about the demands that we are putting on them. And oftentimes, these worries are hiding in plain sight. We have so many overachiever kids who are astonishingly adept at pretending that all was well at home. Keeping these centers adequately funded at our high schools is not a luxury. We are training our kids to be great at jumping through hoops without understanding why. They are becoming lost, they are becoming confused in the process, and layer onto that the pressure of social media. This is a recipe of disaster for our kids. It is a profound mistake, and it is a failure on our part as a school system and as a community to think that these kids can navigate this on their own. They cannot. Thank you.
Thank you.
To me, this is deja vu.
No, could you introduce yourself, please?
Caroline Robinson.
Thank you.
I was the last credentialed school nurse at Redwood High School, 1971 to 85. My husband was on the school board at Middle Valley Elementary School. I had 3 kids at TAM.
You cannot hear.
Excuse me. To me, this is like deja vu all over again. I was a school nurse at last credentialed school nurse at Redwood, 1971 to 85. My husband was on the school board at Mill Valley Elementary. I had 3 kids at TAM. The first thing that strikes me, and I also have a little presentation, is the first thing that's necessary in the school nurse's office is trust. The first thing a nurse has to do is be trusted by the students, by the staff, and by the counselors. That requires a sense of security and belonging to the entire staff. I used a public health model. Oh dear. I'll skip all that. I'm here to make a proposal for gun safety education. Today, students, when a parent wants their children to go have a play date, they call the parents and say, do you have guns in your home? I'm under pressure.
Sorry.
Just as we have sex education, we have touch education, we have drug and alcohol education, I think we need today drug safety education, taught by teachers and psychologists. And I have a few proposals you can peruse in your free time. And
did you bring them with you? That's great.
Thank you.
We'll make sure that they get distributed to the board. Thank you, Mrs. Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Julia Vandervenet. I'm the school psychologist at Redwood. I was a little nervous about speaking tonight because this is clearly kind of a controversial issue, and I'm a school employee, and I actually kind of want to keep my job because I love my job. But I've spoken before, and I know a lot of people think that and know that I'm a supporter of wellness. I'm on the front lines. I see kids every single day, and I'm a part of the Wellness Center at Redwood. I just want to acknowledge that being a board member is really hard. I've worked in a lot of different public schools, and managing public money has got to be one of the hardest jobs out there, especially when you're talking about kids' well-being, and that's put on the line. But your job is to have the kids at the forefront of your minds at all times. Yes, you work for us, you work for the public, but you work for the children. And your jobs are also to listen to the community stakeholders. And I feel that everybody has spoken. The kids have spoken, the teachers have spoken, all the staff members have spoken, and the parents have definitely spoken, not just with their words, but also with their money. Our kids are suffering. Our kids need help, and all the research in every single field says that early intervention is critical. And we are spending so much money in our district on expensive programs and placements and residential placements for kids when they've gone too far. And that's because there's a lack of early intervention services around. And I think that needs to be considered. Every kid deserves to be educated, not only at high levels, but to do so with their well-being intact. So the percentage of the money that wellness is going to cost is 1%. I believe, and I really hope that our community believes and that our school board believes that our kids are worth that 1% of our budget. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Yoshihara and honored Board of Trustees. My name is Eve Worth. I'm a 5-year Tamalpais High School parent, and I've served on both the Tam High Foundation and the PTSA for the past 4 years. You've all received a letter from me, which I do not feel is necessary to repeat and be redundant. However, I would like to read to you a letter from my 83-year-old mother-in-law, who is a board-certified psychotherapist that practiced family and marriage counseling. Dear Superintendent Yoshihara and Board of Trustees, during my 25 years, I very often heard complaints from troubled adults who wished that they had found someplace safe to be understood and get advice when they were teens. That was the period in their lives when they were struggling with new, emotionally charged issues of everyday life and were afraid to show it. Not all could easily go to their parents. They said they thought getting help as a teen could have made a big difference in their lives. I and others advocated in my community for this to be available for teens at no cost in the schools. Only a few after-school programs included them. This was in the late 70s. Learning matter and extracurricular activities are essential for good education. Learning to manage stressful, personal, and emotional problems at this age is also vital. We should be able to provide this community a wellness and counseling center at each Tam High Union District school. In conclusion, respectfully, I challenge you, the board, to think creatively on fully funding option A, the wellness and counseling centers. Given the Marin community's resolute desire for the wellness and counseling centers, there is no doubt in my mind that working together, we can help you resolve this budgetary setback. This is a resourceful, industrious, generous, and loving community. Let us, the Tam High Union District, be the model for the nation. Let us prepare these children, our future,
Ms. Worth.
with the necessary life coping skills to be happy, well-adjusted individuals. And then academic success will follow. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mike Webb, a parent at Tam High and part of the Wellness Design Committee and parent ed there. I just wanted to address one point. When this conversation began, Dr. Yoshihara, you at least have left the impression in the community that you didn't think the high school was the place where we should address these kinds of issues. At least that's an impression that a lot of people in the community have. I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels, but I'm hopeful that some of your thoughts about that have shifted. But I wanted to underscore that you'd be hard-pressed to go to any public university in this country and not find a student assistance program that's been in existence for probably a good 25 years. I personally have worked in employee assistance for 37 years, and business and industry has recognized the importance of providing these kinds of services because of the return on investment to their employees, and so have universities. And many high schools have already established the return on investment for these wellness programs. So I just, as you deliberate as a board, and hopefully, Doctor, you would consider that no parent is going to turn over the responsibility of taking care of their kids to the school, but we do want you to help us do that with these programs, and they're well established, and there's lots of information out there that would support that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anna Chico. I've been a Redwood parent for the last 7 years. I have 4 children. And as every other mom, I'm always worried about the well-being of my children, emotional, physical, mental. What I noticed in these years with my children is that I felt they were not at risk of making bad personal choices only when in their school years they had great teachers. Because those great teachers were able to engage them, motivate them, make them passionate about something, even if this something was something that required a lot of work from them. And every time I had doubts or concern when I saw my children changing mood or changing behavior, I always ask for help to their best teachers, emailing them. I thought that these people are not only very knowledgeable, but they are smart. They spend a lot of time with my children. They observe them carefully. They know them. And sure enough, these teachers always address my kids, always took them aside, talked to them, not just about academic issues, and were able to show my kids that they were caring personally about them, not just as students, but as human beings. And this school has plenty of these teachers, at least Redwood. We can always go to a music room to spend lunch and talk to Mr. Madden. You can always have your math and history teacher showing up at your game, even if you're not one of their best students. And they show you that they value you for what you are, for who you are, for you can do, for what you could do. And then you don't become depressed about anything if you have these great people looking after you and caring about you. Great teachers are the wellness center our kids need at school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chico.
Hi, my name's Kathy King. I became a healthcare advocate a few years ago when I realized how broken our healthcare system is. I had no idea that my son's anxiety disorders and depression would put me in the most intense on-the-job training that I could possibly imagine. What is the cost, I have to ask you, of the epidemic of anxiety and depression, suicide and substance abuse in our nation? What is the cost? What's the cost for one child to go to a doctor who has diagnosed this child with anxiety, gives him a prescription of Xanax. Xanax works really well. The child becomes an addict. What is the cost of the two families at TAM, one that lost their son? Is it about the total cost of your budget? $200,000 is the cost for 9 months in rehab. Rehab costs $40,000 to $60,000 to $80,000 a month. What's the success rate? Not good, less than 10%. I asked you to consider what is the cost of the life of a child, what is the cost of anxiety, depression, and what happens after that if they get this help now. If my son got this help, he would not have spent the last year doing what he did. The stigma has to stop, and if we continue to stifle talking about the stigma, it will continue and our kids will die. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Benedetto Chico, and for once, my wife and I agree completely on what I'm going to say. I've been a parent 7 years now at Redwood and 16 years in public schools in our county. And I, again, to stress out how always impressed we've been by the teachers more than anybody else. I have 3 questions about the presentation that maybe the board is going to address later. One, is not clear to me why the Jessica, I don't know the last name, salary is not included in the budget. I couldn't understand the explanation. The other one, in the first slide, you have 4 psychologists on staff, and I don't understand if they overlap with other wellness center costs. They're going to be eliminated. They're going to be included in the wellness center cost. And the other one, following up what Leslie said, what about matrix? Are we going to check at one point how it's going to work or not? We already have a very terrible experience with the new tech project at Drake. I hope that we are going to do this better. I try to be very quick now about the other issues about the wellness center. We keep hearing about mental health. This is a very critical issue. Are we going to hire medical doctors? In the cost there, have you included malpractice insurance? You know, medical practice now, the insurance is probably the biggest cost ever. A district in the South Bay just had to pay a $7 million malpractice settlement to a parent because the wellness center of the school did not prevent the kid from committing suicide. A young lady talked about continuity of service. What's going to happen in the summer if somebody is, visiting a counselor on campus? Are we going to provide that in the summer as well? I have issues about what another gentleman said about we're going to cut academics and sports because the wellness center. Maybe it's time to really decide who we are, like the gentleman said. I'm 100% human, by the way, and decide what the school wants to be. We cannot have everything, even in Marin County. We got to make choices. So it's about time to decide, is this a school? Is this a social center? What are we going to be? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Dale, and I've been asked over this sessions to come and visit, and I've held off a little bit, but tonight's the night. So I don't know how many people in this room have almost lost one of their children. I am, and we went into a huge battle around it. We're from Terra Linda High School. Lars knows our family well, and I have gone about over the last 6 years building a whole process here, and instead of giving you all my titles, I am chair of the AOD Advisory Board for the Marin County Board of Supervisors. Tonight we just had a joint board with the Mental Health Board, and we dealt mostly with meth and Adderall, the effect on our students. So that's pretty important. The things I'd like to hit is that you've obviously got a hard decision here. And I think that wellness is a huge component in any campus. We experienced something at Terralinda High School from 08 to 11, where we lost a number of students along with a teacher and a very popular father. And I would love to ask Lars, would he have loved to have had wellness at the Terralinda High School campus? So obviously you can't answer. Integrating your alternative sites, San Andreas and Temescal, with your comprehensive under this program is hugely important. But I want to share something with you about the landscape of what's out there. The county sent me recently to the National Drug Summits in Atlanta, and President Obama came in and addressed us. There's something out there called counterfeit meds. Xanax, Vicodin, 1 tablet, loaded with fentanyl. In Sacramento, they recently had 45 overdoses, 14 fatals. So I think what you've got to be really careful with in this kind of program is to not have a false sense of security. I think every adult on a campus has to be vigilant. You have to be in tune with your students, and parents and teachers cannot be feeling like it's all taken care of by the wellness program. You got to be on your toes, because one pill can take a kid down, or one of the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
I'm Kevin Killingsworth, and I read and reread.
Kevin, can you just speak into the microphone for?
How's that?
Go for it.
Okay. I read and reread this letter that the board was sent on May 3rd from the Redwood, Tam High, and Drake Foundations and PTSAs. It's in the board communications, and I was shocked. This letter demands that you spend our school district's scarce funds to fully expand the wellness centers at all 3 sites with a personnel cost alone of $800,000. The letter states that if you don't do that, you risk alienating your strongest supporters. Also in this letter, the foundations are asking why you are considering adding back programs, meaning summer school, unless the wellness centers are fully funded by the district. And as we heard at the last board meeting, the summer school is primarily used by the least advantaged students in the district, and our foundations don't want you to spend a dime on summer school unless the wellness centers are fully funded with school funds. So in this letter, our foundations are taking a stance against academics. Our foundations are fine with letting the least advantaged students in this district flounder, further widening the academic achievement gap. I question whether the leadership stance reflects their donors' desires. I think most in the community are for academics, not against it. And I think most in the community want to support the least advantaged students. So I'm not here to demand anything. I just want to thank you for withstanding the verbal onslaught you've endured and doing what you believe is the right thing to meet both your fiduciary duty and the district's mission. Thank you.
Turn in my slip. Thanks. I actually didn't show up until 8:30.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I am Heidi Weller, and I was on the Budget Advisory or Study Committee with the rest of the group. And I was actually one of the authors of the letter that he just cited. It took a lot of time and effort to put that letter together, and a lot of people tried to consolidate their thoughts and feelings around this. One of the key takeaways that I've gotten in this process is the fact that I think everybody here cares about our kids. And I've had conversations with some of you as trustees, certainly had conversations with a lot of folks in our community. And I think that that common ground is around the fact that we do love our kids. That's why you're here on the board, and that's why we're here too. So from what I've learned, I don't think it's really a question of do you value the wellness of our children? Of course you do. You wouldn't be doing this job. I think it's really about creating a constructive path forward from here so that we and you We, meaning those who are responsible for leading our communities through fundraising and other types of activism, can come up with a solution to provide the kids what they need, because they're leading us by telling us what's wrong, and it's our job to listen to them and meet their needs. And I think we have a very strong community that's willing to work with the board as long as it's a shared commitment. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we'll close public comment. No, I know that was hard for you.
Twice in a row now.
All right. Comment and questions. So can I see David Rice and Liz Seabury back there. Can I put you guys on the spot for a second? Can you guys come up? So David, you were on the wellness design. Tell me what your roles were respectively with respect to the wellness design team at Drake.
We led them. We led them.
Right. So you weren't asked at the time to the questions that we asked of staff here with respect to alternative models, less expensive models. You weren't asked that as part of your wellness design team. You were right. That wasn't really part of your.
No.
No. So have you given some thought to it, and have you had less money, if you will, than the full budget that we've talked about so far, right? Option A, I guess, at Drake. Is there a sense from your discussions with the wellness design team, sort of what that would look like, how you would make it work? I mean, talk to us a little bit about what's going on
Sure.
site.
One of the things we did in the design team was we went through a process of looking at all of the options of staffing and what that would look like. And what we found was there was a lot of legal issues with different staffing issues and things we couldn't do. So really it was a learning process for the design team, and that's where we landed on the model that we did. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, so you're telling me the model that you landed on was option A, which is the full,
right,
the $800,000
We found
model.
major problems with anything less than that as far as availability to students and then what services could be offered.
So did you talk about what would it look like if you didn't have 2 FTEs?
It'd be less than ideal for sure. So I'm not quite sure.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the board is struggling with balancing the desire to provide and the need for wellness services on our campuses on the one hand, right? Otherwise, why are we having all this discussion? On the other hand, budgetary pressures, recognizing the fact that we have significant issues with respect to enrollment growth. I mean, right? That's why we're up here. So I'm trying to drill down a little bit. I'm trying to get a little more information on the site level with respect to, what it would look like, how you would provide the services. Are there alternatives? Could you use the services of counselors to help, provide some of those services if you don't have 2 FTEs? If this isn't a fair question because you haven't given it a sufficient amount of thought and consideration, then you should just tell me you're not ready to answer, right?
I have one thought I'll share with you, and I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but recently we did a distracted driving campaign at Drake. And that was run through Jessica as a coordinator for the district, and myself and an outside organization. And so I kind of ended up stepping in a lot of ways of the role of what I would assume a wellness coordinator would do. And it was really difficult while I'm trying to be an assistant principal at the same time. So one of the big concerns I would have is if this isn't fully funded, what does this look like for our site? Is this something else that lands on the assistant principal's office? Is this something else that's like, oh, can you handle this too? Can you handle this too? Does it get piecemealed out to the counselors and say, well, maybe the counselors can handle pieces of this as well? I mean, they're running at capacity, we're running at capacity, and that's really kind of the big concern that I have. Does that get to what you're getting at?
Yeah, it's good.
Can I ask a follow-up question? You were talking about the distracted driving campaign. So what I have trouble getting my arms wrapped around is, what I think is the first priority is clearly having a place for students to go to talk to a counselor, to get referred to BACR, that's there. And that sounds like this is where I get confused. I thought we already had that before we had wellness. And that's where I need more clarity. And my understanding was we needed to bump that up because and make the centers more student-friendly to get more to come in. But what we were lacking was exactly what you were just talking about, distracted driving, some of the training that goes into the classrooms, these health fairs. And so I see that as something that's potentially could be roving around the campuses. And I guess what I get concerned about is I'd be more concerned about lowering the budget and losing, like what we've said before, we don't want to turn the lights out a couple days a week. That makes no sense to me. But can you, what is it that you would lose exactly? Would you lose the inability for the students to talk to a counselor and then get help if they needed it? Would you lose that?
Well, it just depends. So I'll give you another example. Just the other day, I had a student, I got a call from a counselor. A student was considering hurting themselves. Mm-hmm. And so we go into motion, right? We've got to make sure the student's safe. We have to find the student. So there's a fury of phone calls that just start going out all over the place. And I couldn't help but think to myself, God, I wish we had a wellness center. I wish we had a place that I knew as an assistant principal that I could go and say, all right, here's what I'm dealing with. Here's what we've got to do. We've got to help this person. We were able to do it, but it was disjointed, and it was all over the place. And the one counselor contacted me. It wasn't this student's counselor. They just stepped in to help because students were in need, because that counselor wasn't available, because they were dealing with something else. So this counselor didn't know the student. It wasn't my student either. It was that. So it's just a lot of piecemealing stuff together. It worked out. I kind of consider it fortunate that we did. But that's kind of the concern with the. I think you're talking a little bit about, I think the kids at Redwood call it the chill out. Yeah. The chill zone, is that what it's called?
No, I don't know. Like the drop-in center.
Yeah. So the appeal with that from our design team's perspective, from what we've learned from the other sites that we've visited, is it really destigmatizes the idea of showing up and getting help if you need it, and just more people coming through the area and creating that community and culture within the school as well. So it's that culture piece that's really important as well. Is that getting at what you're...
It's helping. I really, really appreciate it. I'm still having trouble seeing what is taken away. So I don't want to
taken away in what sense?
Well, I go back, like I was saying earlier, I go back to the current state. And I really, hi Jessica, she's waving her hand, because I have to say I've heard similar stories that have gone beautifully at a site that doesn't have wellness yet, and it's the counselor jumped in, the 5150. A friend of mine, has happened to her daughter, and so that's where I think, well, what is it that we're adding, and that's what would help.
Yeah, I think what we're doing is we're adding coordination of services, and we're also expanding services. So BACR has a waiting list at most schools. When we came into Redwood, we added 91 hours of additional in-kind services. We now have a waiting list after those 90 additional hours. So the need is there. We already had a waiting list for BACR. We now have a waiting list with adding all of those additional services. So the wellness coordinator coordinates all of those services. In the past, we've had teen screen. We've had signs of suicide. We've had students seeing BACR. It was never centralized. There was no centralized place that someone was keeping track of all of the students receiving these different health and wellness services. And so wellness comes in to kind of coordinate those services and help expand and support those services, and also to diversify services. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. That helps. Thank you.
I'd also say too, like with the 5150, we nearly had one of those yesterday, but I kind of think that if we had a wellness center, we wouldn't have as many of those situations. I mean, I've jumped in an ambulance twice this year and been to the hospital with students.
Yeah, I was there one of those days. Why is a distracted driving program a wellness program? Right, because our PTSAs have been doing programs of this sort. I mean, have been doing do unbelievable programming and have for a number of years, and I'm just curious as to why that's I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm just I just have a curious as to why that's a wellness center issue. No.
I don't know necessarily that it is a wellness center issue, but that idea of coordinated services that can bring programs onto the campus is very appealing for someone like myself, who that's one of the things we end up fielding a lot. There's a lot of organizations who have a lot of really great programs that they'd like to bring in, and from my perspective, it's figuring out how to get those into the school day.
How to staff them on site, you mean?
No, distracted driving was an event.
Okay.
Right, so that was there was an evening event, there was some stuff that happened throughout the school day. Peer resource ran an awful lot of that. I'm sorry, I won't play out there. The peer research teachers here, and so they coordinated a lot of that work and put all of that together, and then there's this outside organization in as well. So it's really a lot of coordination and facilitation on my part to bring the outside person together, to meet with peer resource, to come together to get the faculty to say, all right, I need you to bring your students here during this time and rotate this group out. So it's really a lot of coordinating from my perspective that I was doing. And if I had a wellness center or a wellness coordinator there that could manage that and do that for me, that would free me up to do the assistant principal job.
Okay.
And distracted driving is a public health issue. I've learned a lot about it this year. It's killing more of our teenagers than drunk driving. So that's why I got involved as well.
Okay. Okay. Since I grabbed them up from all the audience, any more questions for Liz or for David? Or we can I can
Thank you.
release them from your service.
Okay, actually, David, so when you talk about doing your job as an assistant principal, does that mean you're going into classrooms, observing teachers, and...
It's part of it.
Okay. So to the extent that you're dealing with students in crisis, you're not doing that part of your job?
No, I am doing that part.
Oh. Well, no, I mean, if you're dealing with a student in crisis, you're in one place and you're not in somewhere else.
Sure, yes.
Okay,
I am only one place.
Okay.
I keep inching closer to this microphone. I don't have any questions for you two, but
Thank you.
Any other questions as to the staffing plan?
Well, wait a minute. Let's have a board discussion. We may have some. We may have some questions.
Any chance we can isolate this particular piece? It continues to be much more complicated, and I thought I'm sorry. Is there any chance we can isolate this piece? It's still very complicated. It's still murky. The cost factors, again, just seem so high that it makes that F option look reasonable. And that's not what people want. Can we approve part of the staffing plan and leave out this piece so that we can get more time or more options or something other than just this?
Well,
No?
from a process,
Yeah?
let me see if I can answer that question. From a process standpoint, yes, we could approve a staffing plan without this, and then we would welcome all these concerned people back again the next time we talk about it. And we would keep, if we're not ready to make a decision with respect to any portion of the staffing plan, we can remove that and consider it at a later meeting. Yes, we can do that, whether it's wellness or whether it's, any portions of this. I would say that approving the staffing plan allows staff, Sally, for example, to begin to incorporate the information into, the costs associated with the staffing plan into her budget, which we're going to have to approve in June. And so it helps her do her work. And it allows Lars to go out and recruit, among other things.
Process as we speak.
Yes. You're not waiting for us to say go, you're going.
There's advertised as anticipated openings.
Right. So, but yes, we could approve a portion of the staffing plan and not approve something else. We could do that tonight.
My issue is at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, as we were adjourning, you asked if we could agree to one of the options, which was to eliminate the wellness altogether. And I said, well, I didn't want to do that. I said, for me to approve any increment of that, I needed to have that as an option. And I need to do that for my own due diligence, as I was saying early on. So that was not done. The feedback I gave to Wes was just 2 days ago with the metrics I need, which include the 6 pillars of the wellness, of how much we can provide those services in the form of access, in the form of these ratios with permanent staff versus non-permanent. And so I do apologize, but I have my own, I have to do my own due diligence to approve this large of a budget. It doesn't mean I'm not looking at everything else, and we will continue to. The other part of that is clearly to make a decision this big, it's not going to be made in the next 6 weeks. I don't want to shut the place down. I don't want to retract what's at Redwood. That would be really tough on the students right now. But I don't feel comfortable completely kicking the can to a year from now, and I think we have no more than a year to get this figured out. Having said that, I don't want to go through what we've gone through the last 6 months since I got on the board of doing an Easter egg hunt, trying to put all this information together. I want my own 2-page memo if I have to write it myself, so that 2 years from now I can point to it because of the way I voted. So I am pretty firm about that.
So let me add just some other information from, did you want to speak? Because I want to.
Well, I've got a long diatribe, but. So
okay, so let me just add some additional information. So last week, Dr. Yoshihara and Laura and I met with leadership of foundations and the PTSAs at school, and the focus of that meeting was to talk about revenue and revenue generating ideas. And there was a lot of real creative discussion that went on around the table. And the next steps with respect to those revenue ideas were to have Wes put together a sort of a summary and sort of bullet point form, which I'm sure he's already done and revised several times, and to convene a smaller group, if you will, of that group to talk about to talk about revenue. So some of the ideas, I mean, broadly speaking, included, there was a lot of support from the school foundations with respect to picking up a significant portion of the cost of the wellness centers. And there was a talk about, to what extent we could rely upon, that as a commitment or not a commitment, given the fact that we'd be hiring personnel in reliance upon that. We talked potentially signing MOUs with the foundations to that effect. There was also, in the longer term, there were some questions. There was a discussion about parcel tax. There was a discussion about, how that would have to be coordinated, in the context of potentially going out for bonds with respect to any facilities. In other words, I think the crux of that portion of the discussion was that I think the consensus was that we're not ready to sort of make a recommendation. We're not at the point yet where we can make any kind of recommendation to the board with respect to, for example, the parcel tax. But I would say that revenue, while we continue to think aspirationally, revenue is certainly on the table. And so it would be possible as an option, I think, tonight to approve some form of this while we're working out the revenue issues, right? And we could always come back and modify it depending upon whatever revenue decisions we make.
If we can come back, my problem is we literally just got this information. And because for me to do my due diligence, I need to have this information in front of me. I'm doing it myself. And we literally just got this. So I have a real problem being able to pick any of these options and feel like I've really been responsible, regardless of whether the amount of revenue.
So one thing that we could do, we're not going to have it. We're having a board meeting in public, not a public meeting, where we're having a discussion with the public. So I hear that. Right? If we're not prepared to make a decision, what I'm suggesting is that it's possible that we make a decision on part of this and leave the door open to modification of that decision as we get the additional information. I'm just throwing that out as an option, right? As opposed
No,
to
that's fine.
as opposed to kicking the entire can down the road.
No, I actually, I prefer that. I didn't understand that. I thought that once we approved it, it was a done deal. And, I may want more of a hybrid, but again, I just need to get more costs for myself. But I am willing to compromise and do that, knowing that we can adjust it as we move forward.
So I'm speaking on behalf of staff here to some extent, but I mean, if we approve X model for tonight, whatever the dollar figure is, one of the options, it doesn't prevent us from coming back later on after we've had further discussions about, well, it could be after there's an evaluation of how it works, or it could be after we're further along in the revenue discussion to come back and reconsider it.
It does not. The only thing I would add is that depending on the option that you select, there may be need for conversation with our bargaining units, both classified and certificated. Particularly if we're looking at contracting out any particular service and so forth, I would want to do the legal research on that and make sure that number one, that we have an agreement, and number two, that it's actually legal to do so. And then I won't purport for a moment to have any understanding of FERPA laws and so forth, but that would also be part of the conversation.
Chuck, diatribe away.
Diatribe away. I mean, actually, I could vote tonight because it's almost like no more amount of information is going to make me feel more secure in what we do. But I've got some general comments, mostly to the audience, and I think first of all, Kevin's response to that letter is the same response that I had. That I feel, as someone who supports wellness, I feel that others who support wellness have taken a kind of scorched earth policy, scorched earth approach to dealing with this. And I feel like the board has been stampeded by a herd of elephants. Comments have been made. I think that Dr. Yoshihara has been maligned. I believe that part of his job is to question things that we do. He came into a district which was in chaos, administrative chaos, and if he weren't questioning all the things that we do, he wouldn't be doing his job. That's why he's here. But the idea that some had that just by merely questioning wellness, questioning the premises of wellness, that he ought to be run out of town on a rail. And at the last meeting, someone told him to go back where he came from. I found that deeply offensive. Just looking down here. When the three members of the board, agreed to this last year, we did have a lot of information about the looming deficits, but other information was withheld from us. For instance, and once Sally came in, things about our budget became much more clear. It wasn't until quite recently that we heard that we need to spend $9 million, upwards of $9 million for portables to house the new students. That wasn't something that was, on our radar last year. That wasn't something that the, previous CFO had told us. So there is new information. One of the elephants in the room is our rising special ed costs. The entire deficit that we have, the $5 million deficit, can be explained simply by the rise in special ed costs over the past 6 years, and they keep going up. And that is something in the budget we have no control over whatsoever. We knew about the increase in students, we knew about the increase in pension costs, but the special ed stuff is whacking us, and we don't have control on that. We're told, for instance, that there are 4 students current 8th graders, 9th graders coming in residential placements. That's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars out of our budget each year for 4 years. So, there are things new now that didn't exist before. We've been told that you can't put a dollar value on children's lives or anybody's lives. Well, as a culture, we do that all the time. If, for instance, a new football helmet were created that cost $15,000 and it reduced the chances of brain injury by 50%, we wouldn't buy those football helmets. Caltrans, I think values a human life at $3.5 million. That's when they do road improvements. That's so health insurance, all of that. I need an operation for $2 million to save my life. They're not going to pay for it. That said, as a former drug and alcohol counselor, as someone who's taught in alternative schools for 21 years here in the district, and particularly at Tamascal, where probably 30% of our students are in an emotional state that they can't be at a big school. I absolutely understand the need for more services for our students. We can't, continue the way we're continuing. When we began this process, more than a year ago, one of the fears that I expressed about, wellness centers was that I didn't want to see a turf battle between counseling and wellness. But in the last, 2 weeks, I've heard from counselors at the four of our campuses, complaints about wellness, complaints about the process, and I think that needs, that part of it needs to be recognized. That are we replicating, within our schools these sort of, silos of, different, teachers, counselors, whatever, not talking to each other, not communicating, and not working as closely as they ought to. All of these things, don't, in the end, impact my concern, for the state of students. And one last thing that I think Dr. Yoshihara had brought up in one of the meetings is that, and I had mentioned this, I think to Bridget, that in a sense, wellness is a Band-Aid to deal with these problems that are dumped on kids. Don Carney said that, well, maybe not a Band-Aid, maybe a tourniquet. And that may be true. It might be maybe a big Tegaderm bandage, but we look at wellness as reactive to pressures that we are putting on our children. It's reactive, and I don't want, in the creation of wellness, for us to look away from proactive things we need to do. I'll tell you, we'll put in wellness, but Harvard, Stanford, and Berkeley are not going to change what they're requiring of students to gain admission there. But, as a community, we need to look at a bigger picture than, this institution that's somewhere between a Band-Aid and a tourniquet. We have to stop simply reacting and start looking, at our families. Some of the work that the collaboratives are doing. I'm part of the West Marin Collaborative. That we need to go beyond the school and start looking holistically at what's going on with our kids. Wellness is part of that. but what we need to do as a community is much bigger than wellness. So that's it for me.
I'm going to say something now. It's 11:02. I am usually sound asleep by now, and I think it's hard to make decisions like this the board has been here since 5:30. You have all stuck it out for a long time, and I think what I'd like to say is that we are elected by the community to represent the community. We have heard a lot of voices for a long time, and honestly, I think if I weren't sitting up here on this end of the table, I would be one of the people filling out the yellow cards, asking the board to value wellness. And I can say as a member of this board, this governance team, including Dr. Yoshihara, that we have heard you, all of you. We have heard people who think that we are, we need to really think about how our tax dollars are spent. We have heard everyone come and talk about suicide prevention. We have heard what you're saying, and we really value that input. So, you're here again. It's 11 o'clock, and there's still a room full of people. So I want to acknowledge that this is clearly a very important issue for our community, and it's something that we value. It is the holistic element of teaching and learning is something that our district values. It's part of our LCAP plan. We have 4 goals, and the 4th one is about student health and well-being, social and emotional health. So I just wanted, we're all tired. I just want to make sure that everyone here feels like we hear you, and we're really trying to do the best that we can with the information that we have. Michael and I have an advantage in that we were privy to this conversation with community leaders from across the district, and so I'm feeling much more positive about the road ahead. I feel like we have community partners out there who a year ago told us that we are behind you if you go with this vote now, and we know that we have a budget situation, but we're behind you. And so we met with these community leaders. There was the 4 C's were working at that meeting. There was collaboration, creativity, communication. What's the 4th one? Somebody help me, I can't think. But that was it, critical thinking. And so we were modeling as a group of leaders how to do it, how to come up with solutions and think outside the box. So I feel much more comfortable with these options that are put before us than you guys probably do, because you didn't hear everybody talking about that. And you haven't seen Wes's synopsis, and we haven't either, but it's coming. So I'm feeling much more comfortable about the partnership with our community at large for wellness. So that, I feel like, I could vote tonight. I, of course, think we should have the whole enchilada, but I also have to pay the bills. So, I'm amenable to looking at scaling back a little bit. I still think that the beauty of what's happened this whole year is we've had a wellness center at Redwood for all of us to look at and critique and evaluate, and we've been hearing from counselors and teachers and students about what's working and what's not, what might be tweaked. But we're talking about it. We are all talking about it. It's so important. We are trying to destigmatize, and whatever we do, we're going to have way more than we had before. We have excellent counselors and psychologists and teachers, but we've heard that we need more. And so I think that even if we only, do a 0.8 at Drake and Tam, there's zero right now. So it's better than what we've got going on, and I think we need to start somewhere. There's been way too much work put into this from the community. It's now 11:10, and I just feel like we need to make a move on something tonight, and that's where I am.
Jessica.
I just wanted to say, I think it's kind of an understatement to say that wellness is just reactionary, because I completely agree that it's ineffective to just try and treat the causes when you don't try and look at the effects. But I think, as we've heard today, these programs that wellness is installing, it's not just to pull those people who are right on the edge away from it, it's to pull everyone back from the edge. And so, we just had an example of the drunk driving program. These are things that they're implementing. They're doing sexual health, they're doing, driving, alcohol, addiction, everything. This is all both reactionary, but also it's prevention. And so I think you're getting a package deal when you're getting wellness, and that's the beauty of it.
So, okay, thank you. So can I'm going to add some information. I want to say that with respect to the County Office of Education, they approve our budget, of course, right? And they also approve our interim reports. And they are quite concerned. I have heard them tell me that they are quite concerned about starting an $800,000 per year program, kind of looking ahead. If you read, it's in one of the board communications in the packet, which was made available to the public, is an April 15th letter addressed to me as president of the board from Tarina Mars, the deputy superintendent of the county, with respect to financial matters. And they approve our budget and our MYP. Thank you to staff, Sally. But included within that is they do note what they call the cumulative impact of deficit spending. So I'm just going to read this paragraph from the letter that seems most apt to the discussion that we're having tonight. The cumulative impact of this projected deficit spending is a 28% decline in the fund balance over the current plus 2 subsequent years. We note the district has convened a budget study committee representing teachers, classified administrators, parents, students, and community members to review the budget, prioritize programs and services, and consider plans to bring balance to the budget over time. We commend the board for the creation of a budget study committee. Actually, it was your idea. And the work they've done in recognizing the fiscal challenges of a growing basic aid district. Districts that wait too long to address and correct structural deficits are forced to make dramatic corrections all at once. In contrast, carefully planned and phased-in structural corrections lessen the impact on children. So that's information from the county office. So additional information I've been looking at, I know that this model that we have, and frankly some of the personnel that we have, came from San Francisco Unified School District. So just to give you an idea, so San Francisco Unified, according to the most recent information that I have, San Francisco Unified School District has wellness center programs of one sort or another in 15 schools currently. That is funded, the district out of its general fund pays between $725,000 and $750,000 for those services in 15 schools. San Francisco Unified School District gets at least $3.1 million, and it may be more. It was unclear to me whether that number included just tax dollars or whether it also included foundation funds. But $3.1 million from taxes that are available in the city and county of San Francisco, which are dedicated to these issues. So just so you get an idea in terms of The delivery model that we were talking about is the delivery model very similar to what's used there. And and I understand that the student populations in San Francisco and in our school district are different. But the delivery model is quite similar, but the funding model is substantially different. One thing that I would mention to the folks in the foundations, right? We had our meeting, which I thought, I'll echo what Laura said, I thought it was a great meeting. There's a lot of really talent and creativity in that room. One of the things that I noted that I thought was interesting from the foundation presidents was that the requests for grants of the foundations at our 3 comprehensive schools is growing each year and is exceeding the current resources of the foundations to fund those requests for grants. Even though fundraising has gone up, we have extremely talented fundraisers. So I would say that if the foundations are going to commit to funding whatever the dollar numbers are, it needs to be, I think, incremental additional funding, because it would, if it is perceived from staff, from teachers, for example, who are asking for funds, that we're taking dollars from Peter to pay Paul, that is not going to create a lot of goodwill on campuses. So it really needs to be, as we're thinking about how to do that, it really needs to be incremental additional, I think it really needs to be incremental additional funding, if at all possible. I'm not saying that it can't be done, I just think there is not universal support for this. There's much support, but not universal support at the staff level, and I don't want to create another friction point, if you will. So I would think that the other thing that I'm frustrated about is the Wellness Center at Redwood really didn't open until January, right? I mean, it's really been less than a semester as a practical matter. And it's not even, and it needs time to grow, right? To become an accepted part of the culture and so forth. And I'm sure it will become even more effective over time. But we're being asked to approve funding for an expansion of the model when we have very limited evaluation data in terms of, for example, its effect here. I'm not talking about its effect in San Francisco. I'm talking about its effect here on grades or on attendance or all the other sort of metrics that we're talking about. And so in terms of timing, just like we don't have additional revenue decisions or commitments that have been decided on yet, but we're being asked to make a decision. We're also being asked to make a decision to expand it and use the very same model to the other campuses, and we don't have all the data, all the program evaluation data yet. And that's for me, that's a source of frustration, among other things. If we look at this in part as a pilot program, then, and if once we get the data back and we have commitments for additional revenue from our foundations, which enables us to potentially expand the program later, then I think we should consider taking the opportunity and not necessarily replicating the same program at each of our campuses and evaluate it, right? Wes and Jessica spent a lot of time thinking about what different models might look like, the pros and cons, the potential reductions in services and cost savings. But making the decision tonight is not the last decision that we're ever going to make about this. So why don't we, I just think if we can turn this into an opportunity to look at sort of what different delivery models look like in different places, then why don't we do that and assess that? And it may give us the kind of information, but we're going to say, something we can deliver, a wellness center, the kind of services that our kids need for 600 grand and not 800 grand. Or we may learn the reverse. We may say, we're cutting it back and it's just not, we can't deliver the kind of services that we think as a minimum we need to deliver here. But we won't know it unless we try it and unless we try something else.
I would like to say, in addition, I agree with Laura that I have appreciated all the emails and phone calls and meeting with many of you, and I really do feel that we have heard you. I don't know. I mean, I used to be a nurse. Wellness is part of my blood. I don't feel like I've heard enough from the other community members that I also represent. Other community members are afraid to come to these meetings. There's only a few that will stand up and actually give us the other point of view. I instead get individual emails or anonymous cut and paste emails stuck into a header of an email. And I actually I don't see him still here anymore, but I have to tell you, I met a lot of people last summer that don't have kids in the school, but they pay the taxes, and they made it very, very clear to me that they didn't like government waste and that they were on pensions. And they weren't talking about our district in particular, they were talking about everything. Their city in Fairfax and the school. And I reassured them that we would be fiscally responsible and run things efficiently, and that's all that we're trying to do, is to run it efficiently and make sure we're getting the best value for the dollar. The reason why I'm frustrated is that, frankly, we've been asking for a lot of this information for the last 3 months, and so I'll have to work closer with Dr. Yoshihara when I make a request for things like the regression analysis, so I can evaluate how we're going to evaluate the wellness centers, or when I asked to see the no wellness center option and understand more what current services there are, and when I remember what great services we always had, and when I want to know more from the counselors, and when I want to see a cost-benefit analysis, and I want to see a comparative analysis, because frankly, for over 20 years, I've been doing this kind of work in public works for local and federal and state governments, and you don't get to spend this kind of money without doing that. This is nothing new. So yes, I'm a little frustrated because I got some great information yesterday. I got some information on Friday, but that's just too much, and I have too much responsibility to make this big of a decision. I have a huge responsibility, and I owe it to other people that are not in this room tonight. I want this to work. I want to have more wellness. I want to hear more from our staff and our counselors. I want everyone to work together, but I have not been given the information that I've asked for in a timely manner. I still have information I need, and I can't make a decision tonight. I can't do it in good conscience.
I will defer to the board as to next steps. We do have a staffing plan in front of you. You certainly can pull out pieces that you're not comfortable making decisions on this evening. I would ask, though, that you consider some of the mainstream pieces, as we are in a competitive environment for teachers and classified staff.
Right. So, Leslie, let's explore what you've said a little bit, right? So, where I was trying to go is there something that we could approve tonight with respect to, sorry, could you step back a little bit? It's hard, we're all sitting in a row. Is there something that you would be comfortable approving with respect to wellness staffing tonight, with the understanding that that when we get A, additional information from staff as you've asked for, B, additional information with respect to the revenue and what we could count on and so forth, that we go back and we or C, that if we approve something that's a little bit different at Redwood than at Drake or at TAM, whatever it is, that we may get some additional data with respect to sort of performance and effectiveness. That, in other words, this is that it wouldn't be the last I'm sure it's not going to be the last time we address this issue.
Okay, what I feel comfortable that I definitely, I can hold the word that I gave to the Redwood students when I met with them in the peer resources, that the Wellness Center at Redwood is young. The foundation, everyone put a huge amount of work into that program. It would be very disruptive to make a cut in that or to pull it this year. And I said, I just personally, just speaking for myself, I couldn't do that it wouldn't make sense. It'd be too detrimental. Beyond that, how things look at the other campuses and how it's structured, I don't know that we have enough information to make that kind of decision right now. So I would be very comfortable approving the current staffing plan at Redwood Wellness. Now, here I am, a TAM parent, doesn't rest well. So that's why, but I feel like this is what we have to do tonight. And I'm hoping after learning everything you're saying, Mr. Futterman, over the next, few weeks, we can add to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So that's what I'm comfortable approving. I'm not comfortable approving anything beyond that until I get information, hopefully within the next week or two, and then we can add to it.
So and I know that you were alluding to it, I just want to make really sure that we're conscious of this sort of equity issue with respect to providing, services on all of our campuses.
Right, that's a huge concern. Like I said earlier, where's Tamascal and San Andreas? And we've heard it earlier this evening. It's a huge problem that we have with all our services. But again, I don't feel that I have enough information to suggest how much more to spend on the other campuses yet. But I'm hoping in the next couple weeks we'll have that.
Okay. Other comments?
Well, I'd just say, in terms of Tamascal and San Andreas, they have much lower staffing ratios there. Mm-hmm. And, if you look at the Healthy Kids surveys, those kids feel much more connected to the schools. They feel that the staff at those schools care about them to a much greater degree than at the three big schools. So Mark's comments notwithstanding, I think the pressure to put something in at the alternative schools, in terms of wellness, is less than it is at the bigger schools. One thing I sort of missed it, and someone brought it up, but there seems to be this impression that there is nothing for kids at the three big schools. Well, we have a lot of services. What we're not talking about providing something that doesn't exist. We're talking about providing more because we're at capacity and straining, and even now with all the stuff that Jessica mentioned that she brought in, for counseling, they're beyond capacity too. In favor of putting stuff off, one concern I have had about the process is that wellness is a huge decision with ramifications for other programs, and I've been uneasy all week about this process of approving wellness as part of this, via the staffing plan. I really think it should be a separately itemed agenda, on the agenda, something that says approval of wellness.
Good point. Yeah.
It's sort of like, to me, it's kind of like, a $500 billion defense appropriation getting tucked onto National Parks Week bill.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And I think, I honestly think that next year, and this will be happening over the next 2 years, groups are going to be coming to us, groups of parents, asking for things, and we're going to be saying no. And, I'd like to be clear that wellness was approved through a very transparent process.
Well, I would say that to the extent that we're making sausage here, I think everybody can see it. I don't really think that it's hidden, whether it's a separate agenda item or not. We've had, we've had lots of opportunity for public comment. But it's 11:30, so I really, the question that I have is, maybe we need some kind of a motion to approve something or to not approve. It strikes me our options are, we can approve the entire staffing plan as presented, which includes option A for wellness, which is simply fully funding the $801,000 model. Or we can remove wellness entirely from that and put it on a separate agenda item. Or we can approve, or we can approve it just for Redwood for tonight, continuation of spending for Redwood, and then go, and then address any additional funding at a future meeting. Or we can pick one of these options, which includes funding for Redwood and then some different delivery service at one of the other campuses. But I think we just need to make a decision at this point on one way or another.
Mr. Fetterman, if I may,
Yeah.
In terms of the Redwood Wellness Center, remember this staffing plan is additional staffing for the coming year based on the growth needs and so forth. So that's already in the budget. That's not part of the staffing plan.
Okay. All right. So the question is, if we're going to approve any funding for any wellness center services at a campus other than Redwood, that's what you're asking us to do.
Correct. This staffing plan again is to allow us to bring new teachers, new classified staff into the fold.
Yeah, I think we understand.
The Redwood program is already there, established, and we have made no recommendations for changes.
Although, well, that's not true. Actually, some of these would make recommendations for changes at Redwood.
Not for the coming year.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to clarify some protocol stuff for the board, because I hear they're asking. So you have an action item before you. If there is no motion in second, it dies. Basically, nothing happens. The board can accept it in full. The board can choose to amend the action item in any way they choose. And so there needs to be a motion to amend and then a second, in which case then you would vote. If there's a motion and no second, then it dies. And someone else can propose another amendment, and you can go through these iterations of various amendments to the action item. The board can, in that amendment, you can request a tabling. So you can say, I vote to amend the staffing plan to table item whatever, XYZ. You can vote to table the whole thing to the next time as well. When an item is tabled, that does mean it comes back at some future point. If there's no motion in second, it simply dies and does not necessarily come back unless board wants it to come back. So hopefully that clarifies at least in regards to the actions available to the board. There's one.
So the current staffing plan is presented.
Includes a series of wellness options.
Just options. So
you can call those out if you choose.
Isn't the bottom option the one that we're talking about? Isn't that the one that we would maintain Redwood?
If you voted that bottom option, freeze wellness, Redwood would remain unchanged for the coming year.
Can I, if we make a motion and, for example, table the wellness, additional wellness positions.
Correct.
What is a realistic time frame? I know that we have the budget to approve for next year. Is it realistic to ask our staff to come back to us with information in June? How far can we push this?
With regard to detailed analysis of the options before you?
Yeah, Leslie has just articulated her reservations, and we're looking for some more information. So I'm wondering if it's realistic to expect more information from our staff who have many other things to do in the next couple weeks.
I know Sally will be bringing the budget to you in June for approval. Now, we can always make changes. That would have to be at the first interim. So it's happening very quickly. I don't want to speak for Wes and Tara, but I believe it'd be very, very difficult to provide you the detailed information I believe you're looking for in that very short period of time.
As a point of clarification, if the board chooses to amend with a table, that essentially indicates there is no action on the item. No action means we move forward with the budget essentially as presented. In other words, unless we have direction for a change, the table is not a change. The table just means a deferment to a future point in time. The budget will reflect essentially what has existed in the past, which is option A, right? Because right now option A is in place. Everything in the budget resides on option A. So a table doesn't change that pathway, it just defers it. In regards to the amount of time for staff, certainly I hear Leslie's request for more information. I also hear the request to engage our stakeholders. I hear the request to engage our counseling staff, to engage our teachers. That will take time. I think staff, if anything I've learned in this district, process is important. And if we want time for process, to say we're going to come back in 2 weeks isn't going to give time for process. So if we're going to engage our staff, I think we need to be realistic on that. They are within weeks of wrapping up the school year, and they have a whole lot of stuff to do to wrap up the school year. To say this needs to rise to the top of everything else they need to do to close the school year may not be in the best interest of kids.
Barbara's still awake. I just,
Speak into the mic, Barbara.
I'm sorry. What does the board think about option B, option C, option D? Do you have any opinions based on, you've been to these meetings, and is there anyone who can make a case for any of these options other than the last one and the first one?
Well, staff hasn't made a recommendation, right? You've just laid out options.
So what are we accepting?
Does staff have a recommendation?
It's us to...
Wes?
Yes, you are.
Well, I didn't know.
No, it's okay. I'm not criticizing.
Our recommendation is option A. And then there's the one option that's not, sorry, our recommendation is option A. That's what we've been working towards. That's what is, has some evidence-based, some grounding to it. And that's what our wellness design teams have worked on. One thing I would mention is there is the option F that I went over verbally and that you have in the email from me in the communication.
It's not on the agenda, you cannot vote on an item that is not on the agenda.
Should I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but you cannot do it.
Mr. Chico. Sorry.
And that is the hiring of, or onboarding of the wellness coordinators at TAM and Drake at the same time. And those coordinators would be able to bring and coordinate some services while also participating in the development process at those sites.
Yeah, but that's an increase in costs. That's an additional 32 grand for
It's an increase in cost for what's next year, 16, 17, yes.
Okay, do you guys have an opinion if we were to take A off the table and F off the table, which is an increase in cost, right? We've got B through E, right? Do you have an opinion about, and again, thinking about this as an evaluation phase, right? Do you guys have an opinion about B through E, or which one of those would be interesting for you to see and has a reasonable chance of success without having, as you know, too much downside?
I mean, I will preface this is very difficult for me to make a decision on that, I mean, I am familiar with all of the options, and so I take responsibility for that. So it's, if I had to choose of options B through D, I think my recommendation would be option D, which reduces staff slightly at TAM and Drake to 0.8, but it maintains the general integrity of the model and maintains the same hiring timeline, I guess, that I think will give us room to adequately plan and maneuver on
Do
site.
you see a problem with the drop-in center being only open 2.5 days a week, though?
Well, I think going
4
back
days.
Oh, I
4 days
misread
a
it.
week.
Okay.
That was a mistake.
That was a mistake.
Oh, good. Okay.
4 days a week. And as I think Michael engaged me in a question about that, as to the role of the wellness director, possibly covering a day. I think we could work something out as far as that type of rotation. There are a give and take with that because it is not the option A, but I realize that you're asking me a direct question. I'm trying to give you as direct an answer as I can.
Okay, so that option D results in, of the various options, that results in the least amount of savings, or right, off of compared to option A, if I'm reading this correctly, right? You said it's a reduction of $83,600 over 2 years. $36,000 next year, but that doesn't show what's behind door number 3, which is the $83,600 for the following year.
Correct.
So does that mean that the total cost, rather than, if I just to make sure I'm reading this right, that the total cost of that model is $717,000 as opposed to $800,000
That's in the ballpark.
on a recurring basis, on an
recurring
annual basis, right?
But it also gives us a year to work, like as you said, with our foundations and our parent groups to do that exploration of alternate funding and revenue for the centers. I will say something that hasn't been brought up as far as the human resources piece, but I heard it in questions that you asked last time, I believe, Michael, and that is the fear that the district, in a sense, gets stuck with staff. I feel like we've written the wellness coordinator position narrowly enough that if there is a lack of work, and not that I would want to see this happen, but that staff could be reduced, that position does not transfer directly into another position available in the district. The job duties of that. I think we could also work with Lars to tighten that up and make that for sure. And we could turn that around fairly quickly, I believe. But from my reading of the job description, there's no analogous position that you would be forced to, after the probationary period, of course, retain that position.
That is a certificated position?
That is a certificated position.
It would be a reduction in force. Again, you'd have to have a job description written to the point where there wouldn't be a place to bump to if you were.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about the outreach specialist position? You don't feel the same way about that? Because that's more of a transferable administrative skill?
For lack of a better term, at 1145, it's more clerk-like, so there are transferable duties, skills, actions that I wouldn't be nearly as confident in that.
Okay.
How are you feeling now?
I feel no difference.
You need to drop into the wellness center.
I don't know if they'll let me in.
Okay, so we need a motion, I think, on the table at least to put a stake in the ground and see if we can make a vote here.
I move that we approve the staffing plan and that we, okay, David, you just told me how to say this, amend so that we can continue the wellness conversation. Amend to table?
Trying to read your mind.
No.
No, well, I feel like we need to talk more about the wellness situation.
You can make a motion to approve the staffing plan as it stands, but table the wellness component. If that's what you want to do.
Or do you want to approve one of these tables? Maybe that's why, one of the charts.
Do you want one of the options? Yeah.
Option A.
I don't think that I'm going to get a second on option A. I mean, well, okay, I'll put it out there. I make a motion to approve the staffing plan as presented with option A.
I'll second it. It's like a poker game, I guess. Yeah.
All right, is there discussion of that motion? Barbara, you look perplexed.
I am completely perplexed.
Yeah, I mean, if we vote for this, we're going for the whole hog.
So this is for the 800,000.
It is proceed
Right,
full
okay.
speed ahead.
Okay, so I think
Without any
I've
difference.
spoken enough about my ability to vote for that at this time.
Which is,
I don't have I will not have done my due diligence if I were to vote for that tonight.
okay. Okay. Well, no, I'm going to see if we can, I'd like to see if we can arrive at some kind of consensus position. If that's not possible, that's not going to be possible. So is there an amendment that you would propose to that, to the motion? Or would you ask?
You have to vote on the motion.
I understand, and we're having discussion. Okay? That's what happens. There's a motion, there's a second, and then there's a discussion prior to there being a vote. That's what we're having right now. It's an endless discussion.
No, I'm doing my very best to, I know there's always a point where it's never perfect. You get the best information you can, and to avoid delay, you move forward, but I'm not at that point. I'm very confident that I'm not at that point. As I said earlier, if we really are calling Redwood a pilot study, then we keep that funded, avoid disruption, learn from it, but I'm really hoping that we can, within the next few weeks, hear more from the Tam and Drake sites, and I'm hoping we can do something there, but tonight I cannot. So for me, I prefer the freezing.
Okay. Laura, would you entertain an amendment to the motion that would incorporate option D? And the reason I'm asking that question is because it would be, I'd like to be able to try different things potentially on different campuses and to see how it works. And frankly, I'd like to be able to tell the county office when we submit our budget that we're not approving the whole enchilada at this time, and that it's going to be subject to additional revenue discussions.
Yes, I am amenable to that. I mentioned that before. I just had to ask for the whole enchilada because we had to start at one end of the spectrum to get something. So D is up there. That's no CBOs. That's everyone on our payroll. Right? Yeah. So, yes, I'm open to D.
Chuck, you have a second. Are you?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I want the whole enchilada, but I'll second it.
Okay. So can we say that then that you've accepted a friendly amendment, right, to your motion, which is to incorporate option D as opposed to option A?
Yes.
Okay. So is there Barbara, I'm still waiting to hear from you. Is there further discussion on this?
I think we're putting ourselves.
Speak into the mic so
I
people
think
can
we're
hear.
putting ourselves in fiscal jeopardy without the information that we need. I can't vote for this amount of money. I know it's anathema to say this, but I think a freeze doesn't mean never. It means we have an option. We can work to option A, which is everyone's choice, evidently, that we can work to option A with some assurances about the funding, because we don't have that. And I'm delighted that the county has already given us a heads up here, because I've seen this coming for a while. So for me, the option would be freeze it and develop the funding sources, develop the options so we can do A. But right now, hold it and move in the direction of option A for everybody, because I think that's the optimal plan. Everyone's made that case. But the funding, I can't live with that.
So my primary concern with that is equity. That's my primary concern with it, right?
I agree. Sure. That is a concern.
Okay, so I'm assuming that Leslie's signaling she's not going to vote for this.
No, you can imagine how I feel. I mean, I'm right there with you with the equity. It makes me sick. And it's very hard to make this decision when I'm so closely connected, especially to TAM. But I need to see what I've been asking for. I need to see it, and I will try and take time on my own to do it so that I can come and know I did my due diligence to vote for that. Because option D would be nice. You could move forward and do it, but I don't have it in front of me yet.
So what if we added something to the motion where we're directing staff to come back with additional information within X period of time? I'm just, right, so that we can reevaluate.
I provided an outline that you saw probably, and you may not have had time to read it, Dr. Yoshihara. I know that and I think it was a couple days ago. Maybe it was just yesterday when I got and I don't think it will take that long. I really don't. I will work on it, which really isn't probably appropriate. But if Dr. Yoshihara and I were to meet and I could get that information more than a day before the next board meeting, so I really could digest it, and then I could hopefully vote the way others would like me to vote. But I agree with you, that's a real concern, and I think that was everyone's concern all along, that starting out at Redwood, what would happen if we couldn't fund it at the other sites, and would it mean we'd have, we don't even go there. There's just all sorts of issues around that. How can I help you? I'm trying to think of how can we move forward.
Look, we could take the vote right now, in which case, if it's just up or down on the current motion, my sense of the room is we've got 3-2, which is okay. That's not a bad thing necessarily, but I don't think it's optimal. So what I'm looking for is there something that we could add to the motion with respect to getting you information? Because the budget doesn't have to be adopted until mid to late June, right? June, when's our date? June 20-something or other?
We have the public hearing on June 7th. That usually we try to give a real good view of the budget by then, which really means I need to use the information tonight to put that into position control and up into the financial system and run it through SACS and have it ready on June 1st to put into Agenda Online. But it also means that we can amend it after that June 7th meeting for the June 21st meeting where the final budget is adopted. And we can even further make changes after that would be reflected in the first interim report next year. as we know, the budget is not set in stone, but the June budget is a very important snapshot. I can also share with you that this staffing plan that's been presented tonight is adding a significant amount of extra cost to the budget from what we saw in the multi-year projection because of the special education positions and some of the classified positions and the change in management positions. So even independent of wellness, our budget pressure is greater now than it was at the last time we looked at the projection.
Well, I'm so glad we called on you. Thanks.
Yeah, you can go home now.
I say that with great esteem. So. Don't shoot the messenger. I get it. Okay. So are we just ready to take the vote, or is there something that we can do and achieve closer than a 3-2 vote?
No, I think we're ready, but it's just so long as we're clear what we're voting on. I might be a little confused. If when you make the motion, if you could spell it out, that'd be great.
Okay, well, the motion has been made, so
Okay. Can you remind me where we are?
I'm going to let Laura, since she is the maker of the motion.
Ms. Sanderson, I can help with that if you're interested.
Okay, I can give a shot at this, even though it is now way past my bedtime. I move to approve the staffing plan and go with option D for wellness.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
No abstentions? Okay, there you have it.
Thank you.
Do what you need to do to start preparing the staffing plan. Okay. Do we have anything left? Calendar. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. We all appreciate your input.
Ready?
Yes.
Members of the board, tonight you should have the continuance of the calendar, which was tabled at the last 2 meetings ago. In deference to Chuck not being here, we felt it was important to have all 5 board members to look at the calendar.
I've never seen anything.
The two
Okay,
versions?
hang on for just a second.
It's like a cultural shift.
Okay, I understand people need to leave, that's okay, but we have just a little bit more business, so if we could do it with our inside voices. Thank you.
So there are the 2 versions, which remain unchanged. One of them looking at a Tuesday night board meeting, and then one of them a Wednesday night board meeting. In terms of release of the agenda, we anticipate it'll still be released on Friday. So it does, some people have come in and provide that extra day for the public and the board. So other than that, it does obviously create some potential lag time for items that come in that interim time will just get slipped to the following board meeting. So logistically. So it's at the board's leisure on this.
So thank you. I do want to mention that I appreciate the board entertaining the change, and it was due to a conflict that I thought I had, and now I don't know if I have it or not, so I'm completely open to whatever anyone, sorry about all that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. So if anyone has a preference for to be on Wednesday, I will go with however anyone wants to go with that. It turns out the class I wanted to take, they're not sure when they're going to give it after all, so. But thank you so much. It was very nice of you to bring it up.
Okay, I have no preference, so just you guys arrive at a consensus and then...
I prefer Tuesday.
I'll go with that. That's fine.
I'm good with that.
Good with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the calendar with the Tuesday night lights.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the calendar with the Tuesday night meetings.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nice.
Oh, God.
That was so
Too bad
fast.
the prior one didn't go that quickly. Okay. So the consent, so I know we removed one of the items from the consent agenda. 2. So one was the
B.
B, the purchase orders and the warrants. So Chuck, is this because you want to abstain?
Yeah.
Okay. So all those in favor, I'd entertain a motion to approve what was formerly item, I guess it still is item B, formerly on the consent agenda, entertain a motion for approval of purchase orders over $7,500 on list number 14 for fiscal year 2015-16 and ratify the March and April warrants. Is there such a motion?
I move we approve the purchase orders of over $7,500 on list 14, fiscal year 2015-16 ratified March and April warrants.
Wow. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain?
Aye.
Okay. You abstain, you mean?
Yeah, I abstained.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I abstained.
So, what else? Is there something else? Leslie, didn't you have something taken off the agenda? Which one
Number
was it?
S, and I just request that Sally Swan provide some of the backup information. I'm willing to approve it if I can get backup information sometime next week. Just that what went into the development of the unit costs. Thank you.
Okay. Then with that direction to staff, is there a motion to approve change order numbers 1 and 2 to the Enviroplex contract for the Redwood High School modular toilet room project?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That's unanimous. Trustee reports. It's midnight. What do we have to report?
Fatigue.
I'm tired.
Chuck reports that he's tired. Barbara, you have something to report?
No.
No. Okay.
Lots to do that I did, but I have no brains to even report it.
Okay. Leslie.
I have the same response.
Laura.
It's time for bed. We've all been busy doing our jobs, our volunteer jobs.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have to say one thing because it was my wife who ran the meeting today. Laura and I were at the Corte Madera Women's Club Scholarship Award ceremony today, and 2 scholarships were given to Redwood students based upon their extraordinary community service, one of whom spent more than a lot of time volunteering at Marin General, and the other of whom was an extraordinary volunteer at Halleck Creek Ranch. And it's just great to see our students out in the community doing what they're doing and getting recognized for it in the community as well, including monetarily in furtherance of their college education. Okay. What else? Is that it? Next meeting is a regular meeting. Thank you all for your patience. We appreciate staff hanging out. Janice, we can't wait to read what you've live blogged. Thank you for hanging out. And everybody else.
I forgot she was here.
Very good. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.